Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of South Africa versus India. Got to name the host first. We are coming to you live with the second one-day international of India's tour of South Africa from Gqeberha. And I have news from the ground. South Africa won the toss and have chosen to field. So presumably this will not be one of the shorter one-day internationals like we saw the last time from Johannesburg. I have the 11s here. For South Africa, we have Risa Hendricks, Tony de Zorzi, Rassi van der Dussen, Captain Aidan Markram, Keeper Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Wian Mulder, Keshav Maharaj, Lizard Williams, Nandre Berger, and Buren Hendricks. For India, we have Ruturaj Gaikwad, Sai Sudarshan, Tilak Varma, KL Rahul, who is captain and keeper, Sanju Samson, Rinku Singh, Akshay Patel, Arshdeep Singh, Kuldeep Yadav, Avesh Khan, and Mukesh Kumar. So Shreyas Iyer is out of the team because he is concentrating on the tests that will start on Boxing Day. For him, we have Tilak Varma. No, Rinku Singh. We have Rinku Singh, who has been handed, if I remember correctly, yes, he has been handed his one-day international debut cap by Kuldeep Yadav. We do have umpires for this match. Ahsan Raza from Pakistan and Bongani Yele from South Africa are the on-field umpires. The TV umpire is Richard Kettleborough, and the reserve umpire is Alahuddin Palekar. Chris Broad will be today's match referee. Yes, about 10 minutes to go before the first ball now. The weather is looking good so far. Yeah, and as I said, the fact that India will bat first probably means that we are in for a longer match after the last one that lasted about as long as a T20 match, a little bit longer. South Africa were all out within 28 overs, I think, and India chased that down within 18, I think. So, a bit more cricket to be expected today. Let me know if the sound is all right. Can you hear me, everyone? Okay. If you want to get in touch with the broadcast, you can always use the YouTube chat, and you can also tweet me at LinuxLea. I will be monitoring both of these social media channels, and let's have a look. Nope, nothing as of yet. Of course, the big story of the day has been the IPL auction, and Pat Cummins becoming the most expensive player ever in the IPL, he has been bought by Sunrisers Hyderabad for 20.5 crore, beating out, I think the previous record was Ben Stokes, who fetched, I think, 15.5 crore. I think that was the previous most expensive player in the tournament. Other players that have been bought are Daryl Mitchell, bought for 14 crore by the Chennai Super Kings. Let's see. Oh, Mitchell Stark has actually now surpassed Pat Cummins. He's been bought for 24.75 crore. Jaidev Unadkat has been bought by the Sunrisers as well. Mitchell Stark going to the Kolkata Knight Riders. Jaidev Unadkat, who at one point was bought for, I think, 12.5 crore, is now worth 1.6. Alzari Joseph goes to RCB for 11.5. Umesh Yadav goes to the Titans, Gujarat Titans, for 5.8 crore, and Shiva Mavi is bought for 6.4 crore by the Super Giants. Yes. Okay. Out in Gqeberha, we have the national anthems. The players are out on the field, accompanied by children. Yes. Let me just have a look. There should be some co-commentators today. Let me have a look. Okay. I guess there will be some people joining me in a short while. We are having a debutant of our own today. Adit from White Line Wireless is with us for this series. And just to let you know, we are covering the whole of the White Ball series. The next match being on Thursday. It's another 1 p.m. start local time in South Africa. We will not be covering the first test because I am visiting family over the holidays, and I'm not packing my streaming setup for that one. Especially since the in-laws will probably not be that thrilled with me potentially sitting in a secluded room for all of the afternoon streaming live commentary of the cricket in South Africa. But we will cover the second test, which starts from January 3rd. The New Year's test from, let me see where that is. Oh, come on. Yes, we will be covering the second test from Cape Town from January the 3rd. As we are seeing the teams, the lineups right now on the screen, the openers are out there. We have Sai Sudarshan and presumably Ruturaj Gaikwad. Yes, we have Sai Sudarshan in his... No, we have KL Rahul, apparently. Well, Nandri Bulga is opening the bowling for South Africa. The fast medium left armer in his second match. No, it's definitely not Rahul out there right now. There is apparently a bit of a mix-up. In the graphics department there, we have Gaikwad and Sudarshan, and the first ball of the match is faced by Ruturaj Gaikwad, who drives it very straight for the first boundary of the match. There is a straight drive all along the ground, past the bowler, and India are off the mark with 4 runs. And the second delivery of the match, there is a wicket given. But apparently India have reviewed that one. Have they? Yes, he's not going off. Gaikwad has been given out on the field. Bulga comes in, there is swing for him, and Gaikwad misses that one as it swings back into him. Thunders into the pad, relatively low. Has that done too much? It hits him probably in front of middle and leg. There is something on ultra edge, but it looks like the bat hitting the pad, because on the pictures we can see there is daylight between bat and ball when there is a sound. Now ball tracking comes up and it's pitching in line, impact in line, and it is hitting the wickets, and India lose the review as the decision of the on-field umpire stands. India 4 for 1, Ruturaj Gaikwad 4 and out, second delivery of the first over. And that brings Tilak Varma out into the middle in his third match. He has made 6 runs so far in his one-day international career, a high score of 5 and an average of 6. And South Africa have their tails up. Yes, there is confirmation that it is indeed Tilak Varma. He has played 28 matches in his List A career. He has made 1,242 runs, 5 50s and 5 hundreds in his List A career. That's not too shabby, but he will have to face Nandre Bulger, who definitely has his tail up. Bulger comes in over the wicket, the left armer to the left-handed Varma, and Varma lets that one go, and it goes through to the keeper, where Klaasen takes a diving catch, and there is no run. That is definitely not the start India wanted, as the fourth ball of the over is defended by Tilak Varma down to the ground, fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. India remain on 4 for 1. Let us see what we have on the social medias. Oh yes, okay, we have Brian in Brisbane on YouTube, and he's telling me that the sound is good in Northampton on YouTube, and he tells me that Mitchell Stark's payday is $24.5 million. Approximately, I guess. That's pretty good, considering the IPL is about 6 to 8 weeks each year. But I think it's not for one season. I think it's 2 or 3 seasons, but hey, nearly $25 million is nearly $25 million. Not much happening out in St. George's Park, as Tilak Varma plays out that over. There is no run. Bulger is beating the bat pretty consistently here. And after 1 over, India are 4 for 1. Ruturaj Gaikwad, the batsman, to fall. And South Africa are continuing with Lizard Williams, the right arm fast bowler. 3 wickets in 3 matches so far for Lizard Williams. There are 2 slips in place for him as he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Sai Sudarshan, angles it across him, and it is let go by the batsman, and there is no run. Interesting. We had the discussion during the last match that the South African bowlers are not doing the thing that right-handed bowlers generally do when they have to face left-handed batsmen going around the wicket. And the second ball of the over is a fiery bouncer that reaches the batsman at head height There is not even an attempt at a shot, and there is another dot ball. Third one is played into the onside, where it is fielded inside the ring. There is another dot ball. Short reminder that these two sides are ranked first and third in the ICC ODI rankings, India being ranked number 1 and South Africa being ranked number 3 at the moment. And now there have been 5 dot balls in this over. This is looking like it's going to be a maiden by Lizard Williams. And let's see. Yes, this is a maiden over. First up from Lizard Williams, and India remain on 4 for 1. The run rate is 2. As we see Richard Gqeberha up in the box for the TV umpire. Yes, good start from South Africa's bowling attack so far, as Nandre Borga is coming back on. He has figures of 1 for 4 from 1 over thus far in the match. And Borga is coming in, left arm over the wicket, and Tilak Varma lets that one go as well. There is a bit of late swing for Borga here, as the keeper gathers it, and there is no run. Yeah, very good start from South Africa so far after that kind of a debacle during the last match, where India played a dominant match. And the second delivery of the third over, there are the first runs for India since the very first delivery of the match. There is a drive by Tilak Varma and a misfield from South Africa, bringing India 2 runs. And it is 6 for 1. Next delivery has Varma playing very uncomfortably, getting hit as he misses the ball. And that looks like a hit amidships, and that probably hurt. There is no run though. On the fourth ball of the over, Varma ducks under a short one from Borga, and again, no run. As we are seeing the pitch, which looks relatively dry. There seem to be quite a few cracks in there already. And Burger to continue, and this one is defended out into the offside by Tilak Varma, and there is again no run. Very, very different from the bowling display in the last match from South Africa. When India won by 8 wickets with 200 balls remaining. Final delivery of the over. Burger beats the bat again, and there is no run, as there is the batsman is trying to play a shot here, playing with an angled bat, but can't get bat on ball, and Klaasen gathers it cleanly. There is no run, and after 3 overs, India remain on 6 for 1. Only 2 scoring shots thus far in the innings from the Indian batsmen. The first one a 4 by Ruturaj Gaikwad, who was out the next ball, and one by Tilak Varma, which brought India a couple. And Williams to continue. And there is another scoring shot, another couple, for this time for Sai Sudarshan, and India are 8 for 1. Williams, who bowled a maiden in his first over, concedes the first runs of the match for him, and this one is clipped out to mid-on, and there is again no run. The South African bowlers are keeping the Indian batsmen quiet thus far. And the interesting thing again is that the right-handed bowler is coming over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. And what is that? There is an attempt at a drive. It is fielded by the bowler, who gathers it and throws it in the general direction of the striker's end, as Sai Sudarshan was trying to sneak in a run. Scampers back, and there is no danger there. Next one is driven through the covers, and there is the second boundary of the match, 4 runs to Sai Sudarshan, and India are 12 for 1 now. As we are seeing a replay showing that he really didn't middle it, and the bat is wobbling in his hands, but there is enough force in that shot that it goes to the boundary. This one is guided down to third man, and there is another run for India. 13 for 1 now. 1 delivery in the 4th over still to go. As we are seeing a pitch map of Narendra Burger, there is one very short one, but the rest of the deliveries are either good or relatively full. Final delivery of Lizard Williams' second over, and he beats the bat again. Klaasen up to it, there is the possibility of that delivery taking an edge, but no one is interested enough to actually review that one, and no one is reviewing that. And India, after 4 overs, are 13 for 1. We have Tilak Varma on 2 of 11 deliveries and Sai Sudarshan on 7 of 11. 2 South African bowlers have been used thus far. Lizard Williams with figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. And Nandri Bulga, 2 overs, no maidens, 6 runs and 1 wicket. And Bulga is to continue with his 3rd over. He comes over the wicket, the left armour, to the left-handed Sai Sudarshan. He beats the bat, he beats the outside edge of the bat, and again, there is no run. Yeah, Brian in Brisbane, about 14 games for each team in the IPL season. Yes, that is correct. We have each team playing the other ones twice each. And we have Adit joining us. Hello, Adit. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Am I on air?
Yes, you are now live. Welcome to Adit from White Line Wireless from Australia in Sydney, isn't it?
Melbourne.
Can
you hear me, Leah?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I was just saying that I was in Melbourne.
Melbourne, yes, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. You are in Melbourne, in Moonee Ponds or thereabouts. Well, have you had did you have a chance to watch any of the opening overs thus far?
Well, I was spending the previous 15 minutes just finalizing some cooking that I was doing while listening to your commentating.
Okay.
And yeah, and do you want to call this ball?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very different looking South African bowling attack than during the last match, where not really anything went South Africa's way, I would say.
And it's not super different by personnel, is that right?
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Gqeberha.
Yes, it is.
Although I'm seeing some names that I don't recognize.
Well, we have no new we have no debutants in the South African bowling attack. We do have Bulga and Williams, both of whom played in the last match.
Gqeberha and Hendricks play in the last match?
No, Hendricks did not play in the last match, but he hasn't bowled yet.
Okay.
He has not bowled yet.
Judging by the number of chances that South Africa have made early in this innings, it seems not too different to the early stages of the first ODI.
Yeah, but this time they actually took one of the chances, and they have been very, very economical thus far. Because I can tell the listeners at home, after 5 overs, India are 17 for 1, 4 runs coming off this, the third of Nandre Bogar's over. He now has figures of 1 for 10. There were a couple of wide ones in that one. The South Africans are maybe getting a bit sloppy with their line and length. Maybe.
Well, in the 16.4 overs versus trying to defend the total of 116 in the first ODI, they did bowl 3 wides, which it's not inexcusable, but you'd rather that be lower.
Absolutely. And I mean, the problem there being, I guess, that well, you don't have anything to bowl at, setting the opposition a target of 117. This time it's not that egregious because India will have to set a target for South Africa this time, and thus far the Indian batsmen have not been making any start. They're relatively slowly scoring. Tilak Varma has a strike rate of below 18. He's a strike rate of 17.64, while Sudarshan is hovering around 50.
It's quite Labuskachnian.
Yes.
Strike rates.
Yes, and a reminder for everyone, if you want to get in touch with us, you can always do so over on YouTube on the chat, and of course, over there you can see my Twitter handle, and I will be monitoring that as well. So if you want to get in touch, please do so. We do have Brian in Brisbane watching us live on YouTube, and he has been chatting to us. Yes. And I think it's relatively interesting that South Africa have been a bit more proactive this match. There are 2 slips in place for a lot of the bowlers. They are trying to take wickets, bowling relatively aggressively, which is, I think, a very, very good thing for them.
And I suppose that they'd be wanting to make a statement that we post that first ODI that we can actually play cricket, given that it's not something that's taken for granted after such an abject performance.
Are you using your built-in mic on a laptop by any chance?
And I don't really have. Oh, would you prefer that I use something else?
No, the problem is that you are cutting out quite a lot, and I think it's because maybe in the sound settings the microphone is set to a high pass, which means that you are that the microphone is shutting down when the sound level is below a certain threshold.
Would you like me to mute myself and then see if I can?
If that
something about that?
Yes, if that is possible, because it kind of loses the first half of each sentence.
Okay.
Okay, we'll figure
I'll see what I
that
can
out.
do.
Yeah, we'll figure out how that is, what we can do about that. And I have to tell you, Brian says hi, hello Edit. How is Melbourne? He says over on YouTube. Yes, let's hope that some fiddling with the sound controls on the Australian end will improve the situation here, as we have for the first time in this match another bowler than Lizard Williams and Nandre Boga. We have Björn Hendricks, who didn't play in the last match, and the first delivery of his over, India sneak in a very, very risky single. That's very risky. On the second delivery of the over, he beats the bat and Sudarshan lets it go. Klaasen takes it cleanly, and India are on 23 for 1. Third delivery.
So it does seem that your feed is a little bit ahead of me, Leia. Is this better now? I've tried to turn off the
seems to
noise
be
suppression.
yes seems to be better. Yeah, and the third delivery of Björn Hendricks' first over is a 4 by Sai Sudarshan into the offside. He was attempting a drive, doesn't really get a hold of it, but it flies past the slips, and there is another boundary for India. Fourth delivery of the over coming in, this time a much, much better drive, and that one goes away to the boundary as well. India 31 for 1 after 6.4 overs. India now really accelerating.
Yeah, that last shot was the first proper scoring shot.
Yes.
After the edgy nature of the one before.
Yes, exactly. The first one was, he was trying to drive it, but kind of got bad contact, and he was very lucky there that it evaded the slips. Oh, what is happening now? There's a lot of noise on your end there, Adit. I'm afraid to say. I'm sorry to say.
No. And I think I know what it is. I think it's my housemate in the room next door. He has a surround sound theater system, and he watches movies quite regularly. I might mute myself when I'm not talking.
Okay. Well, that brings us to the end of the 7th over. India 31 for 1 with Sai Sudarshan on 20 of 21 balls. He is now going at almost a runner ball after having a strike rate of around 51 over ago. Tilak Varma is on.
So I should ask Leia.
Yes.
Sorry, after you.
No.
Given that this is my debut on Beschweiz and Curtis Bein.
Yes.
Yeah. So when there's multiple people on the call, do you try to call every ball, or
no?
do
We're
you
not.
just,
We're not really.
Try to wrap up every over.
We are. It depends. We were doing during the last match. We were doing kind of a over by over, and of course we were calling if something very important happened, we were calling that as well. I have found that it is, well, I mean, I did this alone for a few matches. I was covering whole one-day internationals alone, so that was a bit stressful to do that one ball by ball. So we got into a bit of a over by over with calls for the very important stuff live, and it seems to work pretty well actually. So I guess we'll have to experiment a bit with it. Depends on how many people we have live and what is happening on the field, as there is a very, very good fielding by South Africa in Williams. Let me see. That's Williams' fourth over. They run 3 actually. India have run 3.
That was a spirited chase by Rassie van der Dussen, and yeah, it's a well saved. It's a boundary that was definitely well saved by the South African fielders.
Yes.
And it's a good show of intent from the disappointment of the last game.
Yes. But I mean, it still brings India now to 35 for 1 after 7.5 overs. And the partnership has surpassed 30 runs now. It's on 31 unbroken of 46 deliveries.
So what did you make of the initial dismissal of Ruturaj Gaikwad? Was it especially good bowling from Berger, or was it sloppy batting? What do you think?
Well, I think there was a bit of swing. There was a bit of swing for Berger, but Gaikwad was also being a bit. I think he was a bit sloppy there, because it hit him plumb in front. It was so plumb, and he still reviewed it.
No, a classic openers review.
Yes, it was almost Watson-esque.
No.
Do you know that? Do you know that?
Reviews.
Yeah, do you know that Jeff Lemon "Hey Watson" video on YouTube?
Yes. It's yes. That was from 2013. That was 10 years ago.
Yes.
Even predating the Final Word podcast, and
yes,
rightfully shot him to viral fame.
Yeah, he did it. He did it for the Raw, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
Yes, I found out about that video from Dan Liebke and Alex Bowden, who are doing the Ridiculous Ashes podcast, and they covered the 2013 series, and I think Dan mentions it in the appropriate episode for the. I don't know which test it was. I think it's the first.
That would have been the Lord's test, because you in the video there was footage of plenty of bewildered English people
yes,
looking at this one angry Australian just letting loose on how Shane Watson can't review.
Yes, and we are now in the 9th over, and there is another very, very good fielding by South Africa, as there is a drive and it runs away to the boundary, and this is Tony De Zorzi saving another boundary for South Africa, and India again get 3 runs. The South African fielding saving another run there. India now 39 for 1. As Biren Hendricks is
Actually,
back.
the the so in the hey Watson video, Jeff comes up with a helpful mnemonic for Shane Watson
Yes.
in terms of reviewing. So it's supposed to be it's good to be right, and Jeff says you can remember that using this helpful mnemonic. It's I grow tomatoes, bro. Respect. And I've kind of commented that into I think something that I try to tell myself, which is nothing ever needs to be rushed, which I remember with the helpful mnemonic of never eat Nan's tomatoes, bro. Respect.
Yes. Oh dear, yes. Shane Watson reviews. I think my favorite Shane Watson reviews were I think it's either in 2013 or 2015, and I think it's in Chesterless Street, where he is out LBW in both innings, both times taking a review with him.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, whatever. You probably haven't seen this, but there was some footage of so you'll be familiar with the leg spinner Bryce McGain. So he's on Talkback Radio these days, and him and his radio co-host were discussing on who were some of the greatest Australian cricketers, and Bryce McGain cited Shane Watson as his number one.
Well, that's a call.
Better than Ricky Ponting, better than Don Bradman, better than Steve Smith.
Exactly. I mean, I really like Shane Watson. He seems like a lovely guy, but I wouldn't have him as an.
I will admit I haven't seen the full I haven't seen the full video. I don't know what Bryce McGain's exact words were.
Okay.
That was how he was presented to me. But either way, I mean, like, he
Yeah.
was a fantastic cricketer,
Yeah, he was.
but maybe was had a lot of unfulfilled potential, and possibly also because he wasn't really understood by the by Cricket Australia.
As we are seeing, apparently a South African fan in the crowd with a very, very tasteful T-shirt with a print of "My wife sucks."
Oh no!
Yes.
Was his wife next to him? I think I missed this one.
Yeah, I think she was. I think she was. There was a woman next to him, and he was sitting there, and he was happy as can be as he saw that the camera is pointing at him, and he proudly displayed his "My Wife Sucks" T-shirt. As Nandre Boga is back in the 10th over, and his first delivery is dispatched for 4 runs by Sai Sudarshan. That brings India up to 44 for 1 after 9.3 overs. Sai Sudarshan on 28 and Tilak Varma on 10, who is back again to a strike rate of 37.03.
It looks like the slowish start to India's innings was more consolidation after the early loss of that first wicket.
Yes,
They wanted to avoid the fate of the South African first innings in the last game.
yes, but I'm right now seeing a graphic telling me that the average power play score at St. George's is 43 for 1, which means India are going along relatively averagely, with 3 deliveries still left in the power play. This is at least during day-night tests, according to the graphic. And
Very kind of the graphic to specify.
yeah. And there is another good fielding effort from De Zorzi at third man, saving another certain boundary, as this one is guided down to the third man boundary by Sai Sudarshan. And De Zorzi saves another boundary, and this time India can only take a single. 45 for 1 after 9.4 overs, and the penultimate delivery of the over is a dot ball, shorter one, and Tilak Verma doesn't play at that. Final delivery of the power play now to come. Here we are, and that one is a wide, very wide outside off. Bit of late swing actually from a Burger there, and the umpire calls that one a wide, and he will have to bowl that again, as India are now 3 runs ahead of the average power play score at St. George's.
Did you find Burger's bowling in the last game?
He was one of the more impressive bowlers for South Africa during the last match, I think. He's a good bowler. Well, the downfall of South Africa in that last match was definitely their batting. In the first one-day international, yeah, Boga was one of the unlucky ones. He didn't take a wicket, but he had the best economy of all the South African bowlers.
Impressive work, given that India chased it down in 16 overs.
Yeah, 17. Yes,
Or
yes.
17.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He had a good economy. Mulder and Peklo were taking the wickets in the first match, and I would argue that Peklo was really buying his wicket. He bowled 1 over for figures of 1 for 15.
That's only half as bad as Glenn Maxwell's 1 over in one of those T20s. I think it was the one that where he scored 100 off 40 odd. This was one of the pointless post World Cup T20s, and then proceeded to bowl most likely one of the worst overs of his life.
Yeah, there's a
That's
bit
just
of
part of the Maxwell experience.
yes. There is a bit of excitement as South Africa are thinking about appealing for that one, for a court behind, decide against it, but that was pretty close. Sai Sudarshan hanging out his bat there, and Björn Hendricks nearly taking an edge as Klaasen gathers it cleanly. but no one thinks about reviewing that. And that wasn't too far away from the stumps as well. Sai Sudarshan getting alive here, one would think.
I'm sorry, Leia. I'll need to jump off for like a couple of minutes.
Okay,
I need to take something out of the oven. I will be right back.
That is fine. See you later, Adit. Yes. So, India, definitely not the start they were hoping for, but given the fact that the average power play score at St. George's Park is 43, they are roundabout there, bit ahead of the average power play. As Hendricks is now returning for the 5th delivery of the 11th over. 4 dots so far in the over for Byron Hendricks. And this one is an inside edge onto the pad, and there is another dot ball. Hendricks figures of none for 13 of 2.5 overs thus far. And the final delivery is a short one, and Sudarshan tries a hook shot at that, misses, and there is another maiden from the South African bowling attack. Byron Hendricks now has a maiden as well to his name. And after 11 overs, India are 46 for 1. And let's see what South Africa will do here. Will they continue with Nandre Borga? Yes, they are continuing with Borga, the left armer, and he is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Tilak Varma. There is a swivel pull, and that one is taken at backward square leg, I think. It's caught Hendricks, bowled Borga. Tilak Varma has to go for 10. And India are 46 for 2 now after 11.1 overs. Yes, Nandre Borga, the South African bowler to take both wickets. The first one was Ruturaj Gaikwad off the second delivery of the match. Now Tilak Varma has to go for 10 with a strike rate of 33.33. And are we seeing a reversal of fortunes, maybe, compared to the last match where South Africa were all out for 116 and India had no trouble in chasing that target down? As now,
I'll go away for a second and
yes,
and India lose yet another wicket.
Yes.
Well, you're comparing the fortunes of the first innings, but in that first match, South Africa with 2 wickets for 3.
Yes. It's of course it's a bit facetious to say to compare the 2 innings, but this is definitely not the start India were hoping for, with Captain KL Rahul out in the middle shortly after the power play. He is in his 74th match. His high score is 112, an average of 50.80. And there is a job to do for him now. The high score of the innings thus far is Sai Sudarshan, the opener in his second match with 29 runs. As Burger...
So I've been working on...
Yes?
So I've been working on a little project, which is to make a score predictor based on the DLS calculations, which takes into account the number of overs remaining and wickets in hand. And so at the fall of the second wicket, when India were 46 for 2, my projected score for India would have been 193. But I think in the early stages of the innings, it's a bit sensitive because when they were 1 for 46 a couple of overs ago, it was 290. So maybe we need to wait until it becomes more statistically significant.
Yes. Funny you say that, because the ESPN Cricinfo score predictor still has India scoring 250 here.
I think we may need to wait until the end of the over because it updates every over.
Oh, okay. Well, Burger has figures of 2 for 17 from 4.3. Not a bad start for him here.
No, not at all. But I mean, Sai Sudarshan seems to be fairly comfortable against all the bowlers. So could you, seeing that I missed that second wicket, could you tell me what happened?
Yes, there was he bowled a short ball, and Varma was playing a swivel pull, and it was taken at backward square leg near the boundary by Bjorn Hendricks. It was a clean catch, no doubt about it, and the batsman walked off without any hesitation. That was a very, very clean catch. He took it standing up. That was, I mean, the ball was there to hit, and if he had hit it a bit harder, it might have been a 6, but he didn't really get a hold of that. And the fielder was very, very fast coming around.
So it was more of a mistimed shot.
A bit,
especially
yes.
Good bowling.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to be a bit lucky as well in cricket. So there's that. As we conclude the 12th over, and India are 48 for 2 now. Yes,
well, I'm just checking the Cricinfo projected score, and they're still on 247, whereas mine is 193. So I'm very willing to admit that the brains trust over at Cricinfo have a much more sophisticated system than mine. But the number does look more realistic.
Yes, and I mean, what's your statistical basis? What's the data set you are working from?
So it's just the resource table for the standard edition of the Duckworth-Lewis-Stone system. So for those who aren't necessarily familiar with it, there's a table where on one axis is the number of overs remaining, and on the other is number of wickets in hand, and at each cell of that table is a percentage of resources remaining that the batting team has. And so in a 50 over match with 10 wickets in hand and 50 overs remaining, that's 100% of resources. And then as teams lose wickets or as the overs go by, then the resources start to decline. And so the the projected score is pretty much current score times 100 over however many resources that the team has spent.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we are seeing a score predictor on the television feed, and they are obviously using the current run rate to predict the score, and they come out at 195.
I think that might be a bit low, and a bit and that's a bit pessimistic given the composition of India's middle and lower order.
Oh yes, absolutely. But I think it's a relatively straightforward projection by just
Oh yes,
multiplying
it's
the
even less
remaining.
sophisticated than mine.
Yeah, it's just a multiplication of the current run rate with the remaining overs. So projecting that India will go along at the current run rate and not taking into any account the tendency of teams to accelerate at the death with there being an end of an innings
Sources in
inside.
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had quite a lot of fun in my journey of learning the DLS system, and and going through different scenarios. But one that confused me was the New Zealand versus Pakistan game in the World Cup just gone, when Pakistan were chasing 401 to 102, and had their innings interrupted by rain, and then they came back, and then rain forced them to abandon the match. And so I was trying to replicate it with the standard edition of the table, but the numbers seemed quite different, and I was trying to make sense of it, and looking for people to ask about it, and the people I did ask didn't really have a full idea, so I decided to go essentially to the source. I emailed Steven Stern,
And what did he say?
who is the current custodian of the DLS system. He's the Stern in Douglas Lewis Stern. And he got back to me the next day.
Oh,
He 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 basically said that my calculations were right, but because I was using the standard table, and they were using a far different professional edition, because it
okay.
was such a big score, that that was the reason why my numbers and the actual numbers looked so different.
Okay. Why are they using two? Why are there two different tables? Is my question. Uh,
So yes,
yes.
I'll let you summarize this the previous over.
Yes. Okay. We have the 13th over, which is bowled by Bjorn Hendricks, brings only one run to India. It's by Sai Sudarshan, and after 13 overs, India are 49 for 2, not going anywhere, relatively slowly at the moment. Yeah, so
So yeah, so the reason why they have two different tables is that the standard edition, for one thing, it hasn't been updated since 2002, is what Professor Stern has said, and also that's used for it can be used for local games as well, and basically it assumes that in a 50 over match, teams don't score too much over 300. Whereas so when I use the standard table for even for games where the target is something like 330, the results are only a little bit different to the calculations that use the professional edition. Whereas when the target is something much bigger, like 400, that's when they diverge.
I yeah, looking at there was a Jessica was going to come in. She was asking about being on early on in the innings, and now I see she's online. I will have to ask her if she wants to jump in, because I will be doing the later stages as well, and that would be great. I'll have to message her. Just a second.
Yes, that's okay. I will just summarize the 14th over. It was bowled by Gqeberha, and just the one off it from KL Rahul, who's finally off the mark. He's 1 off 9. India 50 for 2, Sai Sudarshan 32 of 43, and South Africa looked to be applying the squeeze on India, who had been accelerating for that latter half of the power play, but we're now seeing the score projections of 179 at the current run rate, 266 at 6 per over, 310 at 10 per over. As
Yeah, they're not
Jared
going.
Hendricks,
They're not going to
No.
get 10 per over from here. I don't think so.
a lovely drive from KL Rahul, from the first ball of the new Bjorn Hendricks over. Just pierces the gap between cover and mid-off. Classic cover drive for the left-hander.
Yeah,
What it is that I'm a little bit ahead of you in the stream.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that. But that you say that classic beautiful cover drive from a left-hander. There's a very very funny story about, I think it's Graham Smith, or no, it's not Graham Smith. It's a cricketer, a right-handed batsman who didn't really have a reputation for being aesthetically pleasing, and he's in the gym, and he is seeing on TV a left-handed drive, and he thinks to himself, "Ooh, that's a very very nice left-handed drive, beautiful batting," until he realizes he's watching himself, but in a mirror.
Well,
yeah, I think
that must be quite surreal.
yeah, I think Jared Kimber was talking about that a few years back now on his Cricket Sadist Hour podcast. Ooh. And
I was waiting for you to reach that.
This is I think the second time in the innings that Sudarshan has been hit amidships. Oh yes, and very very similar circumstances as the one before. Oh, and he loses, or he lets his bat lie on the ground and gets up, but apparently there is no lasting damage done. And again, he's hit twice.
First, that's what the cliched commentators call balls, because the speed gun is only saying that Hendricks is bowling at 135, 136 kilometers per hour, which is not slow,
No.
obviously, but it's not the thunderbolts of like say peak Mitchell Johnson.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And maybe the pitch is providing a little bit of assistance, as the St George's Park pitches want to do.
Yes, you don't want to be hit by a peak Mitchell Johnson. I can tell you that much. Yes. So it seems to be very, very tough for India right at the moment, as there is only one scoring shot thus far in the over, and Hendricks has KL Rahul squared up. Wait.
I think that was Sach Darshan.
Yes.
And
Yes, exactly.
yeah, but it's hard to make scoring shots when you're getting hit
Yes.
all over your body. But yeah, great bowling from Bjorn Hendricks to hurry the batter and especially if it's helped by the pitch with some variable bounce.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, come on, India, if you get hit on the body, at least try to steal some leg buys. No, of course not. Of course not. I'm joking. But after 15
You don't want it
overs,
enough.
yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they don't want it enough. After 15 overs, India are 54 for 2, 4 runs of the 15th over. And there is a drinks break, and I will have to take a short break as well. I will be back with you in just a second.
That's okay. I can pick it up.
Okay.
And Brian also says he has to head off to make someone a marriage booking. Don't lose too many wickets, please. Well, I've lost one since you've gone on, Brian. But yes, Leia will pick things up in a little bit. And yeah, if you're listening, first of all, thank you and hello. And if you don't know who I am, I'm Adit. I do commentary for White Line Wireless and very occasionally Guerrilla Cricket. And yeah, bringing you the game, the second ODI between South Africa and India from St George's Park in Gqeberha, and after the disappointing performance of South Africa in the first ODI, they're doing a pretty good job of re-establishing some credibility. They've definitely bowled well. They've fielded well. There were a few spirited chases and sharp catches in the outfield. The first wicket to fall was Ruturaj Gaikwad. He was LBW bowled Gqeberha for 4 in the first over. Second ball, in fact. And Tilak Varma fell at 2 for 46 after 11.1 overs. He was out for 10 of 30, caught in the outfield by Bjorn Hendricks, again off the bowling of Berger, who has been very impressive so far. So Vian Mulder enters the attack, bowling to KL Rahul, and that's back of a length and just defended on the back foot to short cover. Vian Mulder, whose hair is much shorter than I remember, from I think it was his test match versus West Indies earlier this year. I think also in the domestic 50 over competition in South Africa, he scored a bannerman, which I may have to dig up a little bit. In a little bit. Second ball of the over is again back of length. This time it's on the body and defended towards the leg side, again for no run. South Africa's really been applying the squeeze on India in the past 5 or so overs. The the run rate in the last 5 overs is just 1.8, where South Africa have scored 9 runs and lost 1 wicket. The ball of the over, short this time, further down leg, and that's comfortably pulled by KL Rahul, but the ball rolls to backward square leg, fielded by Tony Dezorzi, and the batters take a single. KL Rahul moves to 2, and India are 55 for 2. So it's nice to be here on what I am hoping to correctly pronounce as Beschweizer Kurzbein, or silly short leg. It's easier in my Anglophone tongue. Yeah, I've clearly gotten the bug for cricket commentary, and I can't shake it off. He goes around the wicket now to Sai Sudarshan, and an attempted cut, but the ball can't beat. I think that's David Miller at point, no run. David Miller, one of the many underwhelming performers in the first ODI. I'll read a little bit of the card in between after this next ball. Mulder goes around the wicket again on the body of Sai Sudarshan. That's a brilliantly timed pull, but it's also sharply fielded by the fielder at square leg and restricts it to a single. You're back, Leo.
Yes, I am back. Miller was a bit underwhelming in the first one-day international, absolutely. But on the other hand, at least he didn't make a duck. There were 3 ducks in the first one-day international for South Africa, and Miller wasn't one of them.
Moral victory, as
Yes.
they say. Last ball of the over is Fuller to KL Rahul, who defends it to point for no run. And India are now 56 for 2 at the end of the 16th over.
Yes, and again, if you want to get in touch with the broadcast, you can always do so on YouTube through the chat, and you can tweet at me. I will be here probably all day, and I will, of course, monitor the social media side of things for a bit. And no, there is no one. There is nothing on
There's apparently
Twitter.
3 people watching on YouTube, so that's one person other than me and you.
Yeah, Brian and Britman. There are now 2 watching. No, there's more.
Okay, cool.
No, there's more. I'm pretty certain there are more people watching. Just the YouTube. The algorithm. No, the statistics are a bit laggy sometimes. I think it depends on whether you reload the page or something like that. It tends to show the number of people that were watching when you opened the live stream, and it doesn't update if new people
real
come
time.
in. Yeah, it doesn't update all the time. It doesn't update in real time, and that's a bit frustrating sometimes. And
Seeing
we have
spin into the attack with Keshav Maharaj.
yes, exactly. He is the top ranked ODI bowler in the world.
Oh, wow. Is he actually?
Yes, he is. He I think he's also very high up in the T20 bowling ratings, in the rankings.
Well, yeah, Maharaj did do a great job of restricting the opposition run rates during the World Cup just gone. And yeah, so I'm just seeing the top 5 ranked ODI bowlers. It's Keshav Maharaj, Josh Hazelwood, Mohammad Siraj, Gqeberha, and Adam Zampa. White Line Wireless favorite Adam Zampa.
Oh
I'm
no,
sure all
he's
of
not
our
that high. He's not that high in T20s. He's not in the top 10.
or top 20.
Oh. Yeah, but he's way ahead of Josh Hazelwood, who's the number 2 in one-day internationals. He has a rating of 741, and Hazelwood is 38 behind him on 703.
If you don't mind me jumping ahead of you, Leia, Maharaj is getting absolutely carted by Sudarshan. It's a brutal slog sweep. It's and hits an unsuspecting member of the crowd who was on their phone and goes all the way for 6.
Oh yes, that was a brutal shot, and I think that's the first 6 of the innings as well.
Encouraging to see that Sudarshan is able to go through the gears of batting defensive when he has to, but also increasing the run rate when he needs to as well.
Yeah, but the next one is a wide down the leg side from Maharaj, and he has to bowl that one again. Yeah, so after 17 overs, India are 67 for 2.
Yeah.
Still below 4.
And the
run rate.
The broadcaster provided projected scores saying that if they go at 10 and over from here on, they'll hit 397. And
yes. I mean, it's always.
I'm just looking through the.
It's always fascinating to me when the current run rate is below 4 and they are projecting a score if they can make it 10 from here on out.
It's very aspirational.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking through some of the names in the T20 bowlers rankings, and there's a few names that maybe casual watchers of the game wouldn't expect. For example, Muhammad Nabi of Afghanistan is ranked second, 2 places above Rajasthan. Glenn Maxwell is 5th. 6th place is Asad Valla from PNG.
In one-day international rankings.
Oh, this is T20. Oh no, yeah, right. Yes, this is one-day internationals. 8th place is Zishan Maksud from Oman, and we have a couple of Scots in Michael Leask and Mark Watt at 14th and 70th, and Brandon McMullen also from Scotland in 19th, and Gerhard Erasmus from Namibia at 20th. Very funky rankings. Oh no, sorry, these are all-rounder rankings.
Yeah, exactly. As I was also looking at the T20 bowlers rankings, and it's Ravi Bishnoi in first. Yeah, we have 2 Namibians in the top 10 in T20 all-rounder rankings. Interesting.
And if we take the caveat that these rankings don't really mean aren't empirical rankings of which bowlers are the best, it's kind of a good way to get lesser known names into some headlines, put the spotlight on some deserving players.
Absolutely. Yeah, and in this match we do have Rian Mulder getting a second over. Thus far, he has conceded 5 runs in 2 overs as India move on to 70 for 2. Shan is 3 away from his 50 now, while Rahul is on 4 of 16 deliveries. Interesting.
It's a good consolidation from consolidation and in parts acceleration from Sudarshan. It's a pretty mature innings for such a young batter. I think he's been picked up by Surrey in the county championship. I think he'll be playing worst, if not all of that season. Oh, probably first the IPL, because I think he's well regarded in that competition.
Yeah. And I'm seeing here he has 12 first-class matches to his name. This is his first ODI, obviously, and 26 List A matches and 31 T20s. He is 22 years old. Yes, pretty good debut from him, considering that around him there is not that much happening in terms of batting from India.
Considering the Surrey team is basically an England A team, it's a good endorsement for him to have been picked up to play, at the very least, 4-day cricket. But I think he might be playing some white ball as well.
Yeah, interesting that they picked him up for the first class matches. I mean, this is the county championship is basically the only non-Indian league that Indian players are allowed to play. So I don't think they get a certificate of no objection for the blast.
Yeah, that's right. I think the restriction would extend to foreign T20 competitions.
Yes. And I mean, interestingly enough,
yes.
Interestingly enough, the BCCI doesn't even give no objection certificates for the 4-day series here in South Africa now, because Shreyas Iyer, who played in the first one-day international, is not in this team because he is preparing for the tests, which I really did not understand, because how is he going to prepare for the tests, because the BCCI doesn't want him to play in the South Africa domestic first-class competition, the 4-day franchise series.
Oh, so you're saying that Shreyas Iyer was trying to play first-class cricket in South Africa to prepare for the England series in January?
No, he is.
Is that right?
No. Shreyas Iyer was in the team for the last match here in the one-day international series, and he is now out of the team. So Rinku Singh is slotting in after Samson at number 6. And he is being basically rested from this match to be able to prepare for the tests that are coming up now on Boxing Day and on the 3rd of January.
The South African test,
the South African tests. But the BCCI does not want him to play in the domestic first class competition in South Africa for some reason.
Would he have been able to if the BCCI had given their blessing?
Well, I guess so. I mean, there have been no touring matches in this tour, and some of the South Africans have left the white ball stuff of this tour alone to play in the 4-day competition. As here is Sai Sudarshan. He's on 49 not out. He is facing Vian Mulder, and he could bring up his 50 here, and he does so. There is a dive at the non-striker from Sai Sudarshan, and that is his 50 of 65 deliveries. In the 20th over of this match, India 76 for 2.
Yeah, well-paced innings by Sudarshan, and I commend his theatrics and launching into a full body dive. He probably did need it, to be fair, but it's always a much more fun way to bring up a milestone.
Yes, but I have to admit the funniest dive I ever saw was by Monty Panesar, because he came to a halt before reaching the crease. Jumped off too early at a full stretch, belly flopped around a bit and came to a halt outside of the crease.
I suppose that's a mark of a true tail ender, right? Like they don't get enough chances to bat, so they don't really practice their dives and the slides, and it happens.
Yes. One thing you have to say about Monty Panesar, he was a very, very technically correct batsman. Beautiful technique. The only problem is he was always playing those perfect defenses and shots down the completely wrong line. As there is a pull from Sudarshan, I think, and
I think that was KL Rahul with the 2 boundaries in a row.
Oh yes, KL Rahul for 2 boundaries in a row, bringing him on to 15. And he is accelerating a bit now as well. After 20 overs, India are 84 for 2. They will have to do a lot of this, I think, to post a competitive total here.
For the record, the projected score using my DLS-based system is 256, whereas Cricinfo's is 285. Still quite some divergence, and maybe it's Cricinfo taking into account the quality of India's batting.
Interestingly enough, they have India now on a projected score of 288, and the Indian win probability is back up above 50%. It's 54.23 right now, which I think is a bit optimistic.
I'm happy to concede that it's early in the game. They have wickets in the sheds, and they have hitters to come in and multiple. I think Akshay Patel's playing in this game, right?
Yes, Akshay Patel is in the team.
So they're back quite deep, and have the hitting ability. Although Akshay's batting 7 and Kuldeep batting 8. Okay, maybe it's not super deep.
Yeah, exactly. The Indian team, I think, really is really missing someone like Hardik Pandya, who was a that was a really hard blow for India during the World Cup, I think, because they basically had to bowl. Now going with Aksha as kind of the all rounder here.
Yeah, as kind of a Ravi Jadeja
Yeah,
replacement, which they're not far off these days.
yeah, exactly. But let's have a look. Aksha Patel has an average of in one day internationals. He has an average of 20.04. Yeah,
And
that's I don't know. I would prefer my number 7 batsman to average at least 25 in one day internationals.
for comparison, Ravi Jadeja's one day average is 32.4.
Exactly. As we see highlights of Sai Sudarshan's innings of 52 not out right now, he is the only Indian batsman to have hit a 6 in this innings.
And so at the end of the 21st over, India are 88 for 2, with Vian Moore returning to bowl his 4th over in the 22nd.
No, I think it's 87 for 2 after the 21st, and
Oh, sure, yes.
yes,
And they took a single of the first ball. Right.
exactly, of Mulder's over. India now bring the run rate up above 4. It's 4.16 right now.
Dodgy number 7s. South Africa has been notorious, especially in the white ball setup, for basically consistently playing five specialist batters, sorry, five specialist bowlers. And it wasn't until Marco Jansen hit his straps during the World Cup that they had somewhat of a sensible choice at number 7. But before that, it was top 6 batters, very very good, and then bowlers.
Yeah, and I mean, case in point in this match, their number 7 is Rian Mulder, who averages 11.57 in one day internationals. He has a high score of 19 not out.
Life. That may be a comment on the number of one-day internationals that are played these days, but yeah, not super inspiring. Well, it's an average of 11 from 11 innings, so
Yeah,
yeah,
true,
it's
true.
not super inspiring, is it?
No, not. I wouldn't have that much confidence in him based on that record.
And Vian Mulder is another one of those all-rounders that South Africa have been trying to fashion into a number 7, both in red ball and white ball. He does have good numbers in first class cricket. He averages 34.3 and he plays for Leicestershire. I think he's consistently played in the county championship, and a first class average of 27.2. And yeah, so very decent first class numbers, but might just be one of those players who have who are too good for first class, but maybe not quite good enough to be at the top level of internationals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's averaging 20, almost 20 less in tests than he is in first class.
Oh yeah. I mean, he could still be an upgrade on. I think they were trying to play Wayne Parnell as number 7 in the T20 World Cup last year, and
Yeah, but he strikes me as a bit of a Mark Ramprakash, or one of those players that are consistently pretty good at first class level, but never make it at the test level. Granted, he's only played 12
must be
tests.
extremely frustrating to be one of those players because, like, statistically, to excel at first class cricket, like you have to be, a one in, I don't know, 1,000, 10,000 player in, especially in a cricket playing country. But if you're like the 12th best player in the country, that might mean that you're not good enough to play consistently.
Yeah, I think players like Ramprakash made their peace with it at some point, because Ramprakash is one of the last players to make 100 first class hundreds.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he has understood his niche. He and he has made hay. Yeah, so he's allowed himself to do what he does well.
Yes, exactly. And I mean 100 first class hundreds. That's more than Tendulkar has, for example.
Mark Ramprakash better than Tendulkar.
Wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Draw traffic to your channel.
Oh yes, yes. There will be a lot of hate watching from India if I say something like that. No, I'm not doing that.
Just while I'm new here, for a definitive pronunciation of the channel name.
It's bescheuertes kurzes Bein. It is a technically
silly short leg.
Yes, a technically correct translation of silly short leg, but only if you take all the words separately.
Okay. Well, I was putting it into Google Translate and it came up with stupid short leg, which is so the first word is bescheuertes.
Bescheuertes. Yeah, it means some, you can't really translate it one to one. It's a bit tricky. It's either silly or loony.
Daft.
Yeah, daft. Something like that, yes. As we are seeing a bit of analysis of Sudarshan's technique here, and KL Rahul takes a quick single into the offside, and India are within reach of triple figures after almost 23 overs, 22.5 now gone, and India are 98 for 2.
So 98 for 2 with 27 overs to go. My projected score is 267. And
yeah,
the is 285.
Yes, exactly. The gap is getting narrower and narrower between your DLS calculation based projection and the one that ESPN Cricinfo is putting out. Interesting.
I
Yeah.
think that might be an increase of the sample size as we reach the realm of the statistically significant.
Yes. Yeah, I think early on in an innings, the problem is probably the variance in DLS based
Yes.
calculations. Yes. And
Now,
we have the captain himself, Aiden Golden Arm Markram, coming on.
I regret to inform you that some of that gold might be fool's gold in this over.
No, yes, okay. So it's more like Aiden Pyrit Arm Markram.
Yes, pyrite. Yes. It's iron sulfide.
Ah, yes, there's a cut shot for 4 from KL Rahul, the captain for India, who brings up triple figures for his team. 102 for 2 now in the 24th over.
I will say that the Markram used himself pretty well in the. Oh, I'm sorry. He was used by Temba Bavuma quite well during the World Cup to steal some overs on particularly spinning tracks.
Yes. He was a bit less successful during this series. Or do you... just a second. I think during the second T20 he was bowling. Yes, during the second T20 he took a wicket. The match that was also rain affected after the first one was washed out, and Markram took a wicket there as South Africa made short work of a rain affected target.
Speaking of South African limited overs matches, the women's team are currently having a series. They just finished the T20s against Bangladesh, which was tied 1-1 after the first one was washed out, and they're now playing the three-match ODI series. And in that first game, they were beaten by Bangladesh by 119 runs, which I suspect is some combination of Bangladesh improving and South Africa declining, but that is a shocking result.
Oh yes, that was a real shocker. But after the Bangladesh tour, I think the next assignment for the South African women is then the Australia series.
Yes, Australia in Australia.
Yes. But there is a test.
Easy assignment. There will be a test match.
Yes, and that will be covered live on White Line Wireless, if I remember correctly.
We would like to, and we are working towards that, but I don't think that we can confirm that at the moment.
Okay.
Because the game starts at 1:20 during the day, and it's a bit of an awkward time for those of us who work in business hours in Australia, and it's way too early for people to pick up in the European time zones. Unless you're willing to.
Yeah, I was actually
get up at it will be 3 a.m.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that about it because I missed the fact that you did the women's test in India between England and India, obviously. And I was talking with Russ about coming on for the South Africa test on, I think it's the 15th of February.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we would love to have you.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to be back. It was a lot of fun during the World Cup. And for the listeners, why are we talking about almost anything except for the match? It's because South Africa have brought back Lizard Williams, who has figures of none for 24 of his first 5 overs, and India are hard pressed to score of him. Can't do it right now. India are 109 for 2 after 24 and a half overs. KL Rahul on 30 and Sai Sudarshan on 60 are the 2 batsmen out in the middle for India. As Williams is back into the attack, and that is flicked into the leg side by KL Rahul, but they can only get a single as there is a fielder, and it is fielded in the outfield. 1 run, 110 for 2 now, India.
I was curious to see what the name Lizard means, because obviously Anglophones would make make the easy joke of it sounding like lizard. And
Yeah,
so I googled name Lizard meaning, and all the results are, what does the name Lizard mean? And apparently the name Lizard comes from Middle English Lithard, meaning brave and good of heart.
Oh,
And it might be,
yeah,
and I think the contributor there was from Iran. I don't know. I don't know. I can't verify the authenticity of that.
yeah. I mean, South African names can be a bit funny. There's John Smuts,
Yes.
who is definitely in the club of cricketers that, should they decide to pursue a career in let's call it adult entertainment, does not have
Yes.
have to take on a stage name. Fakar Zaman is also a member of that club.
Yes. I will say that for Fakhr Zaman's yeah, for him, the the Urdu or the Arabic pronunciation, like the KH.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we had this conversation on Wildline Wireless, to be fair.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
so it's a khas, so
Yeah,
Fakhr.
it's I know it's Fakhar.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's a bit of fun. Let's be honest here. Ooh,
It's
Markram is coming back in the 26th over, and Sudarshan is trying to flick him away. Can't get a hold of that, and it dribbles out into the offside. Actually, no run, 2 consecutive dots, not ducks, 2 consecutive dots now from Aiden Markram, as India remain on Nelson, 111 for 2. And no, I'm not getting up and jumping on 1 foot. Sorry.
that was a specifically Daryl Hare action, right?
Might be, but I do know that.
Oh no, Shepherd, David
Yeah,
Shepherd.
David Shepard, yes. But I know there's, I think it's Josh on Gorilla Cricket who also actually does it during commentary.
Oh no.
If there is Nelson, yes. Yeah, so the Indians are now putting together a partnership of almost 70. It's 67 unbeaten from 89 runs. This is well, a very competent consolidation job from opener Sai Sudarshan and captain KL Rahul here.
Very much so.
Yeah, and it this is out, I think. No, it's not. It almost looked.
I thought for a second that Markram was celebrating a wicket, but no,
Yeah.
it came up as a dot ball at the last ball of that over. I think
Exactly,
that
he
must
was.
have been a bump ball.
Yeah, must have been a bump ball because he was catching it and threw it into the air as if to celebrate the wicket. And confusingly, the camera work there cut to Sudarshan, who was heading down the pitch, looking as if he was walking off, which he wasn't. India remain on 113 for 2 after 26 overs, with Rahul on 32 and Sudarshan on 62 as South Africa bring back Lizard Williams, who has figures of none for 26 of 6 overs right now.
I just realized that I could wind my feed back so that I'm more in sync with you.
Yes, for some stupid reason I can't do that with mine. And that one is out. This one is out. There is a top edge. There is a top edge from Sai Sudarshan of Lizard Williams, and Heinrich Klaassen takes a juggling catch. Looks like he does it on the... Yes, on the second attempt, he gets a hold of the ball. And that means Sai Sudarshan is out. For 62, caught Klaassen, bowled Williams. And that should bring Rinku Singh at number 5 out into the middle for India. India still have 23.4 overs to survive here.
Yeah, that was the end of mature innings from Sai Sudarshan as he navigated India out of early trouble. They were down at 4 for 1 in during the first over, and him and KL Rahul have guided India back into more respectable territory.
Yes, and I have to correct myself, dear listeners. Of course, it's not Rinku Singh, it's Sanju Samson at 5, the 29-year-old in
55.7.
Yes, an average of 55.71 from 15 matches. A high score of 86 not out. Interesting to see what his career strike rate is in one-day internationals, and I will tell you that it is over 100. It's 104 even.
That's quite incredible for 15 matches.
Oh yes, and I mean, it's always in limited overs cricket. I always think it's more important. It's not as important how high your average is, but it is really important the sum of average and strike rate, I think. In T20s, it's even more important than in one-day internationals. I'll give you that. But average plus strike rate over a career in excess of 150 is a really useful batsman in a limited overs environment, I would argue.
Yeah, and especially for a middle overs batter, and the fact that his high score is only 86 and he averages 55.7, that implies he's very consistent, and like you say, the fact that his overall strike rate is over 100 means that he does this middle order enforcer job very well.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, looking at his career so far, this is his 13th match according to Cricinfo, and he has 5 not outs in 12 innings. No, it's his 15th match. He was batting in 12 innings and he has 5 not outs. This way around. He has made 390 runs in his career here thus far, and yeah.
Just saw some pitch maps of Lizard Williams and the ball preceding his wicket of Sai Sudarshan. Looks like he's just drawn his length back a little bit, and it did look like a slower ball off cutter bouncer that led Sudarshan to mistime his cut shot and was eventually taken by Klaassen, who is the keeper right now.
Exactly. And Lizard Williams is back for his final delivery of the over, and that is a cut shot from Samson, and he is off the mark in style with a 4, and India are 119 for 3. KL Rahul, the captain, is on 33, and Sanju Samson is on 4.
Did I see correctly that Gqeberha has been recalled into one of the international squads?
Gqeberha? Let's see. He didn't play in any of the matches thus far, but
let me just check the test squad, because that's where I would expect him to be. Not the India test squad, obviously.
Squads.
Yes, Gqeberha is in the test squad.
Yes.
And Andrew Klaassen is not. So it does look like they're giving that test wicketkeeper spot back to Gqeberha. It was a very strange decision to take it off him in the first place, given that he was one of the few players who have been consistently playing well in the South African Test team. But yeah, it was that. It must have been a strange 12 months or so for Gqeberha.
Yeah, but I mean, the only they also have Tristan Stubbs, who is also a keeper, and he's in the test squad as well. So that's the two options for South Africa.
The reason why I said that it was confusing for Gqeberha to have been taken out of the test squad, and this is when South Africa were playing against the West Indies earlier this year, was that the South African setup wanted to make wholesale changes given how disappointing they were in the Australian summer. But Gqeberha was one of the few players who actually enhanced his reputation, if anything, among the South African team. And and the fact that they gave it to Heinrich Klaassen was he's he's definitely a competent player, but the in an attempt to fix things that are broken, this was one thing that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean it's almost surprising that South Africa and Australia aren't trading away wins anymore. Which they were doing for quite some time, I think.
And it made international cricket much more fun.
Yeah.
Unlike now, when Australia just batters everyone who comes in, with the exception of India, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we do have another over from Aiden Markram in the books, the 28th. It's 125 for 3. And there are someone is coming onto the field from the South African side in that
It's Gqeberha Samsi.
Yeah, bringing something onto the field in those high visibility vests basically.
Vests that very visibly sends the message, I am not playing.
Yeah. And now we're seeing the partnerships. We have a partnership of 4 between Gaikwad and Sudarshan. Sudarshan and Tilak Varma put on 42, and the biggest partnership thus far for India was between KL Rahul and Sai Sudarshan, who put on 68 of 91, and the current partnership is 11 unbroken right now between KL Rahul and Sanju Samson. The current run rate is 4.41.
The cricket for a win probability has the probability going back in South Africa's corner, albeit only slightly. It's 54.1% now.
Yeah, but it wasn't that much in favor of India anyway. They were also hovering around, I think, 53 point something percent. Whereas South Africa were very much the favorites during the earlier stages of this Indian innings.
I will say that in the early stages of the first ODI, it didn't take long for India to hit the high 90s in the win probability. I assume that was when South Africa went down for 7 for 58 in 12.6 overs.
Yeah, there was something stupid happening. They lost, I think, somewhere around 3 wickets inside of 2 overs or something like that.
That was the game where South Africa were wearing pink to raise money for breast cancer, right?
Exactly.
So I would feel very bad if there was something like we will donate X amount of money for every 4 and 6, and it turns out that the game finished in in less than 50 overs between them, and not very many opportunities for either team to score boundaries.
Oh yes, I didn't know that, or I didn't realize that they were basing the donation amount on on the boundaries hit. I did not realize that. Ooh, that's not good.
Well, that's I don't actually know if they did it for this particular game, but like say in the Big Bash, every so often we have like
Okay.
well, for every 4 and 6 hit, we will give $500 to such and such charity. It's just a common thing that happens.
Yeah, and during the World Cup, they were donating kits
Yes.
to grassroots cricket clubs for
Yes.
10 kits for every 100 runs scored in a match, something like that.
Yes.
And we have Risa Hendricks back into the attack for the 30th over of this Indian innings.
And that's
And
Buren Hendricks. There is a
Buren-
Reza Hendricks who
Yes,
is playing, but he is opening the batting.
yes, exactly. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's of course Buren Hendricks and not Risa. And we have a single of the third delivery of that over. There is a cut shot after the first 2 deliveries were dots. And it is Sanjay Samson who hits a single, bringing KL Rahul back onto strike. He's on 35 of 47. The average first innings total at St. George's is 239 in a day-night match.
That feels very low.
That feels relatively low, and there is a straight drive from KL Rahul, and it is 4 runs, and he is on 39 now. India 131 for 3.
Well punched by Kyle Rahul. It was all timing.
Absolutely, and yeah, the Indian run rate is hovering around 4.3 for the innings. Has been a bit lower during the last 5 overs. Only 4.00.
When the 5 over run rate was 1.8, so
Yes.
it does look like they are trying to just a little bit.
The rest of the over is relatively uneventful, as there are 2 dots to KL Rahul. So after 30 overs, India 131 for 3. And we are now coming to the point where we reach the number of overs after which you, as a rule of thumb, could double the score to have a relatively rough idea of what a total a team can put on here. But apparently India has played 6 matches thus far at St. George's, and they have won only 1 of them, lost the rest.
One-day internationals?
Yes, one-day internationals. They have played 6 here at St. George's, and they have won only 1.
Well,
Yeah,
India would be disappointed to if they don't win this game, given how South Africa have been playing. But
yeah, but of course for the audience, for the spectators, it is of course it would be preferable if South Africa win this. Otherwise,
definitely.
the day after tomorrow would be another dead rubber, with India having secured victory in this one-day international series.
I would argue though, with the abolishing of the ODI Super League, these are all dead rubbers. There's
Yeah.
there's, there's no consequences or anything to any of the ODIs. And while I'm at it, T20Is, I think international cricket needs more structure, not less. And that could that that's actually quite an important way to streamline the calendar so that the international cricket and the franchise calendar can coexist.
Mm.
Like now, when leagues are popping up all over the place and teams are still trying to squeeze bilateral cricket wherever they can,
Yeah, and there was
there's just no winners.
no, exactly. And there's talk about another domestic limited overs
The T10
competition in,
IPL
yeah, the T10 IPL, something like that. I don't know if I can take that
or the
seriously.
100 IPL.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that.
You mean you wouldn't like to see in 5 years' time 100 World Cup?
No. I mean, I would actually prefer a T10 to 100, even though it is even shorter. But all this is, I don't know, the no overs structure of the 100, stuff like that. I really don't like that. At least in a T10, you still have this familiar structure of overs. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit of it's an absolute hit and giggle stuff competition. But yeah, I would actually prefer it to the 100 type tournament. And given the fact that the 100 is not doing so well right now, I don't think they were hoping that they would get the stadia fuller, and there is cricket on free-to-air television again and stuff like that, but nobody cares. Apparently.
Well, I think in terms of the format, I don't really mind the 5 ball overs, but I think I agree with you in that I would prefer if they treated like the 5 ball sets as overs, just so that we can keep things with like the run rate, so like being runs per over instead of runs per ball, which feels for newcomers to the game that that that's still some math that they have to do. But for people who are already familiar with cricket, that's some rewiring of the brain that feels not very necessary.
Exactly.
But it's one of those things because it was clearly made with including women's cricket in mind, and
Yeah, sure.
abolishing it would set women's cricket back
Yeah,
as
but
well. Same goes for the Big Bash League.
yeah, but I mean, the problem with the 100 and the women's is they were thinking about integrating everything in one format, basically, because there's the teams are the same, the team names are the same, stuff like that, but they took away the women's T20 league for that. And
Charlotte Edwards Cup is still there.
yeah,
Yes.
and we have another wicket. Baron Hendricks strikes. It's Sanju Samson. He is clean bowled by Hendricks for 12. No, it's not that clean bowled. It's a chop on from Samson. Seeing the replay, yes, he got a little bit of underedge to that, plays the ball into his own stumps, and after 32 overs, India are 136 for 4. 3 runs and 1 wicket coming from this over, and that should now bring Rinku Singh out into the middle.
It looks like that ball just stayed low. It was maybe a little bit short of driving length, which was the shot that Sanju Samson tried to play, but like you say, hit the bottom edge, the bottom inside edge, onto the stumps.
Yes.
His 55.7 average will take a hit.
Yes, exactly. Well, they still have KL Rahul out there, and his average at the moment is 51.57. And that is another drinks break. If you want to take a short break, we can do that.
I think if you'll have me, I think I'll probably go in 40 minutes, which
Okay.
Which will be 1 a.m.
Yes.
my time,
Okay.
and hopefully Jess will be here to pick it up.
She's not in the Discord anymore. She's not online. So I'll just take a short break because I will it's looking like I will have to do the second innings all by myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll be here for the next 40 minutes.
Yes. Okay. I'll take
You
it.
can come in if you like.
Yes, I'll take a short break.
Right. Cool. I'll catch you later. So yeah, at this second drinks break, after 32 overs, India finds themselves 4 for 137, having lost Ruturaj Gaikwad in the first over. LBW bowled. Second wicket fall was Tilak Varma in the 12th over. He was out for 10 of 30. Caught Bjorn Hendricks bowled Gqeberha. Then there was a solid partnership by Sai Sudarshan and KL Rahul. The former was the third wicket to fall, caught behind by Henry Klaasen bowled Lizard Williams. He got out for 62 of 83. And the fourth wicket to fall just then was Rinku Singh. No, it wasn't. It was Sanju Samson, who bottom edged the ball by Bjorn Hendricks, out for 12 of 23, well below his overall ODI average of 55 and striking at 52, which is well below his regular strike rate of 104. Keshav Maharaj is continuing and bowling to KL Rahul, who drives the ball to long off for a single. And this does feel like more of an equitable match compared to the first ODI, where South Africa was skittled for 111 within 27 overs, and then India chased it down within 17 overs, or 2 wickets down. And now Maharaj goes over the wicket to the left-handed Rinku Singh, bowls way outside off stump, and Rinku attempts to drive, but just ends up pushing the ball back to the bowler. Very similar shot on the second ball. It's closer to the body and driven to the leg side, but again it's collected by Maharaj, who does a roll to pick the ball up. Again, this ball is played onto the onside, but is intercepted by David Miller at short mid-wicket. No run. So we've had 4 balls in the over so far, and just the one off it. Rinku Singh yet to get off the mark. Again, on the pads this time, a bit fuller, but Rinku Singh flicks the ball straight to David Miller yet again. Last ball of the over. Outside off stump this time, it's full and it's driven strongly by Rinku Singh, and it does pierce the gap between cover and mid-off. Rinku Singh gets off the mark. He's now 4 of 5. India 141 4. There was a brief graphic of the projected score of 209 for India, but that was just extrapolating from the current run rate of in the low fours. For what it's worth, my DLS projection, my projected score based on DLS calculations puts India at 252 by the end of the innings, and we will compare that to what Gqeberha has come up with, and that is 254, so very close. And Gqeberha also has South Africa at a probability of 62.8% to win this match, as Bjorn Hendricks continues. He's bowling his 8th over, and that ball was flicked to the leg side to fine leg by Rinku Singh for a single. No, it was not, by Gqeberha Rahul. Gqeberha moves to 44 or 56, and India 142 for 4. King Legend Rahul, as he allegedly likes himself to be known, and fuller this time from Bjorn Hendricks on the leg side, hits Rinku on the pads, but the impact was way outside off. So the ball flies into the offside and collected by the infield for no run. We're seeing a list of the leading run scorers in 2023, and Shubman Gill is way in front with 1,584 runs, averaging at 63.3, having scored a double century. On the pads this time, to Rinku Singh, who dispatches it to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, and
that looked like a ball that was firmly within Rinku's hitting zone. All Rinku had to do was just lean in, and yes, the shot was a bit uppish, but he knew that there weren't any fielders there, and the ball landed well short of any potential fielder before flying off into the boundary.
Yes, that was a pretty good shot.
Again, and it was excellent. It was excellently timed, as the ball was a little bit shorter on the pads, and Rinku mistimes a flick, and the ball flies into the offside for no run. Welcome back, Leo.
Yes, I am back, and for the listeners, another reminder: if you want to get in touch with us, you can always use the YouTube chat, and you can also tweet me. I will be watching that one. So far we have nothing. The last thing is from Brian in Brisbane. I mean, India are showing a bit more intent here than during the overs 20 to 30 roughly.
And it looks like Bjorn Hendricks is intentionally trying to bowl on the pads of the batters to restrict the runs, but it feels unnecessarily risky, because if it strays too far down leg, we see what happened in the third ball with Rinku flicking the ball to the deep backward square boundary. As a dot ball to finish off, India 147 for 4 at the end of the 34th over.
Yes, exactly, and yeah, I've also heard the story that KL Rahul made up his own nickname, which is generally not how nicknames work.
Or you have any nicknames, Leah?
Me, the
Yes.
weird one.
Oh, weird is it has no inherent moral value, right? Like it's neither good nor bad.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely comfortable with it because yeah, by most people's standards, I am really the weird one. Um, I mean, first of all, I'm German and I'm really into cricket, which is a bit weird for a German.
Yes.
Um, I also own way too many board games about fictional spaceships shooting each other up. If people ask me how many role-playing games do you own, I'm generally saying something like, yeah, I don't know, 9 or 10 bookshelf meters.
Goodness. Sorry, bookshelf meters.
Yes.
Goodness, that's a lot of board games.
No, this is just the role-playing games. The board games are another
Yeah.
9 or 10 bookshelf meters,
Right.
or even more.
Okay.
So, so I'm comfortable with being the weird one.
Yes. That is empirically unusual.
Yes, I was working in the industry for a time, so yeah, it just accumulates. I would say. Yes, and we have Keshav Maharaj back, and he is being smacked around a bit here in his 7th over. 7 runs off the first 4 deliveries of Keshav Maharaj's 7th over. He now has figures of none for 33, and KL Rahul is on strike to him, and he is on 49. And that one is fielded again by the Zorzi, who is putting in miles here in the field, I think. But there is another instance of India running 3 with the Zorzi saving the boundary.
And that brings up KL Rahul's 50.
Yes, exactly. He is on 52 not out. India 157 for 4, and Rinku Singh is on strike. He's on 11 at a runner ball, and that one is absolutely smacked over long on. This is a 6 by Rinku Singh, and he is now on 17 of 12. India 163 for 4 after 35 overs, and if the Indian bowling attack can come to the party here, we might actually be in for a low-scoring thriller.
We should be so lucky.
Yes.
As we see a replay of that 6 and how it was directed towards a portion of the ground that was a bit of a grassy hill, so there were plenty of families having lovely picnics. There was an attempted crowd catch, which was spilled, and but I was happy to see that the people were expecting that shot in the crowd and not hitting anyone who wasn't expecting to get hit.
Yes, I don't know how true this story is, but there is a story about Andrew Simons hitting a spectator in the head twice in one match.
So did you say hat or head?
Head.
Oh no, twice. Yes.
Yes,
Thing doesn't strike twice, but Andrew Simons does.
yes, exactly. And there is another boundary. This time a cut shot from Rahul, and the partnership moves on to 31 of 20 now.
There's another possible apocryphal story from last year's T20 World Cup in Australia, where the where one of the official ICC sponsors was, I don't know if you remember, FTX.
Oh,
the
yes!
the
Scam, bankrupt,
cryptocurrency company.
fraud.
Yes, exactly. And so this was back when they were still solvent, and their arrangement was if a member of the crowd were to were to complete a crowd catch, they would win what they described as $1,000 worth of their cryptocurrency. And like Leah said, they subsequently went under up, and just before that, we see KL Rahul hit the ball straight to David Miller at point, and he's out.
Yeah, and he is
Still,
he is probably very, very disappointed with himself, because that wasn't a good shot. That was really not a good shot. Didn't try to roll his hands over it.
that hit him very high up on the bat. It was completely mistimed. Comfortable catch taken by David Miller.
Yeah, and KL Rahul is out, caught Miller bowled Burger for 56, and the South Africans will probably feel like they have exposed the Indian tail now.
Yes. Well, it's Akshay Patel who we know can bat and can hit, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's definitely a shallower Indian batting lineup than we have come to expect.
yes. And they still have 14 overs to survive, and I think Akshay Patel is now actually the last player in this India team that can be expected to score a few runs. He has
Yes.
an average of, as we said before, 20.04. But he has a very good strike rate in his career of 56 games. It's over 100, 101.7. Let's see what he can do, because after him there is only the tail left to come, realistically.
Well, doing some quick calculations, given his average and his strike rate, we can expect him to stick around for maybe 8 overs, which he'll have to improve on, given that there's still 14 and a bit overs left.
Yeah, but the next players in would be Kuldeep Yadav, then Arshdeep Singh, followed by Avesh Khan and Mukesh Kumar. So, and those are tail enders for sure.
Yes. Yeah, this is a facet of one-day cricket that we don't see in T20s, because if for example Akshay were to come in at the 16th or 17th over at the T20 of a T20, which would be approximately an equivalent stage
Yes.
of where he is in this innings, he would have a license to hit, whereas now he does need to be more circumspect.
Yes.
Just to finish the FTX story,
Yes.
that may or may not be true. They did hand out $1,000 worth of their cryptocurrency to people who completed crowd catch. Supposedly, somebody who did catch the ball tried to catch it in straight away, but FTX didn't allow that. And then when FTX went under, according to the story, this person who had won, $1,000 worth of stuff had apparently ended up owing $3,000. I'm not sure to who, and I'm not sure if that's how finance works, if financial institutions collapse, but I wouldn't put it past a failing cryptocurrency company.
Yeah, there's really weird stuff going on with cryptocurrency, and if anyone is interested in that kind of stuff, I can heartily recommend watching some of CoffeeZilla's videos on YouTube. He's a YouTuber that is investigating these kinds of cryptocurrency scam, as we have a stumping in St. George's Park. It is Rinku Singh who has to go. He is stumped by Klaasen, bowled by Maharaj for 17. Yes, the bat comes down, but Maharaj manages to beat him, and he took a step forward to play that, and Klaasen makes no mistake, takes off the bails, and India are 169 for 6 after 36.4 overs. Akshay Patel, now probably India's last hope of anything resembling a respectable score.
But a very sharp take by Klaasen, because Rinku wasn't out of his crease for very long, but so Klaasen took that cleanly, whipped off the bails as soon as he took possession of the ball, and even though Rinku Singh was told to stay on the ground just while the third umpire was verifying that it was out. That has since been confirmed. Rinku Singh is out for 17, having faced 14 deliveries, and India are kind of in the lurch.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. They absolutely are, because now, as we said, it's only it's Kuldeep Yadav coming in now, and there will be Arshdeep Singh, Avesh Khan, and Mukesh Kumar after him. But Akshay Patel now has to really farm the strike, as Yadav is in at 8. And yeah, he is 29 years old. He's played 103 matches. He has 189 runs in those 103 matches. He has an average of 10.5 and a strike rate of 56.8. His high score is 19 versus Sri Lanka at Dharamshala in 2017.
He pulls out a reverse sweep to start off with. That's oh, I suppose it's not his job to be making the runs, so he should be free to take whatever risks he thinks is necessary. But I mean, he pulls it off. He collects a single, albeit off a misfield.
Yes, and the final delivery is clipped into the leg side by Akshay Patel. He takes a single and retains strike. India 171 for 6 after 37 overs.
I don't understand when people say that, I just want to watch the best players play the best sport, because the most fun thing to do in cricket is to watch tailenders bat. And if they do well, then yes, that's exciting, and it's fun to watch. If they don't, at least it's over quickly.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is a point that Dan and Alex made in their 2009 Ashes podcasts
Is this
about
the Monty Panesar and
yes,
James Anderson
yes,
blockathon?
yes, exactly. That's the one in Cardiff in the opening match of that series in 2009. Which was so remarkable that Wisden actually has a ball by ball in the 2010 edition of the Cricketer's Almanac, detailing everything that happened in the final hour of that test in Sophia Gardens in Cardiff.
Yeah, and it does deserve that level of reverence because I think Dan Lemke has written bits and pieces about why he thinks cricket is inherently a funny sport, and it's basically because wickets are so impactful as an event, but also happens very irregularly and often against our expectations. So when we have batters like Panesar and Anderson having to bat for however many overs they did, we expect, given the quality of the batting, that they should be out any moment now. But the fact that they keep dragging it on and on and on until the end of the game, and it actually affects the result. That's just excellent.
Yes, exactly.
That's what cricket is. That's why we love it.
Yes, exactly. As we have Burger back into the attack, and the first two deliveries of his over are played out for dots by Akshay Patel. Ooh, and the third one is kind of a short one, and it has Akshay hopping, trying to cut it basically, and he's lucky that he doesn't get a bat on that one, as it is taken by Klaasen, who half appeals. But nobody is interested in that one. None of the umpires, and no one is reviewing as well. So Akshay Patel survives a bit of a scare there on the third delivery, which is a dot ball, obviously.
Yeah, that was a wonderful bouncer by Berger, who and it looked like Akshay was instinctively trying to play a shot, and then halfway through it, figured that it might have been better to stay out of the way, and yeah, like you say, the ball was fast enough to cause that level of indecision, and that's how you know this guy's a good fast bowler.
Exactly, and there is another one, another bouncer. This one is given as a wide, as
I think
Akshay,
it was as high as the first one.
yeah, as Akshay bends backwards to get out of the way of that one, and it is indeed given as a wide, and he has to bowl that one again. This one is played back to the bowler, who goes down trying to field that. He manages to slow the ball down, and there is no run of the fifth delivery, the fifth legal delivery of the over. India 172 for 6 still.
We can see why Berger was picked as a replacement for Andre Nokia and Gerald Coetzee.
Absolutely.
He might not have the raw pace of the two bowlers that he is replacing, but he's definitely hurrying batters.
Oh, is there blood? No, but it's fielded. There's a delivery from Burger that is played into the ground on the offside by Akshay Patel, and Maharaj gets hit very, very hard on the hands, on the base of the thumb, trying to field that one, but it's just an armband, a red armband. It looked a bit like there being blood, but there isn't. It is his right hand, so he should be okay to bowl the left armor. But he's not looking too happy.
No, he's still grimacing now.
Yeah.
So he fielded the last ball of the last over and immediately went to the opposite end of the pitch to get ready to bowl. But I mean, even now he's still wringing his hand. So I mean, cricket balls are bloody hard.
Yes.
And getting hit on the knuckles is never fun.
Yes, I have seen a 6 destroyer lawn chair. A very
Yeah.
yes. It went up a very long way, came down and just smashed the chair, and that one is out. A very, very soft dismissal from Maharaj, as Kuldeep is trying to sweep him, and he is out caught at kind of a short third man.
Short fine leg.
Short fine leg, sorry, yes, short fine leg. He's out at short fine leg. He's caught by Byron Hendricks. Yes, he is out. Caught Hendricks, bowled Maharaj for 1. And that brings India to 172 for 7 after 38.4 overs. And yeah, this is a
Maharaj is still in so much pain.
yes. Absolutely. And that brings Arshdeep Singh out into the middle.
Yeah, that does look like Arshdeep Singh to me.
Yes, it is Arshdeep Singh in at 9, and as a true tail ender, he has all the protective equipment he can get a hold of. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have a pad under his shirt, but he does have a pad on his right forearm. Yes, nine matches for 6 matches for Arshdeep Singh. 5 matches now. Now it's 5. He has made 10 runs in his one-day international career. His high score is 9, and he averages 10.
Oh, so he's only been out once.
Yes, exactly.
And he tried very hard to make it twice, with the lofted leg glance just barely clearing short mid-wicket.
Yeah, but I mean, he takes a single, so he's off strike. All India now need to do is for Akshay Patel to score another one. Otherwise, Arshdeep Singh might find himself in, I don't know, Nandre Bogar's crosshairs, and Akshay Patel can't get off strike. 1 run, 1 wicket from this 39th over. India 173 for 7, and it is indeed Nandre Bogar to Arshdeep Singh in the 40th over.
Yeah, if India aren't careful, they might get bowled out for below 200, which I think on any pitch South Africa should expect to chase.
Yeah, I would say that is now more than likely that they get bowled out for under 200. I mean, given the fact that Singh now has to, or Arshdeep has to survive basically an over from Burger, and he begins very threateningly
with a 144 km/h thunderbolt, barely missing the inside edge, barely missing the off stump. Doesn't get it. Yeah, that ball was too good to hit the edge.
Exactly, and once I think if they get Arshdeep's wicket here, there's a really good chance of a hat trick here, I think.
Well, who else is coming in? It's Mukesh Kumar and.
Yes, it is. No, Mukesh is at number 11. It's Avesh Khan at 10.
Ah, right.
Avesh Khan at 10, but he's another one of those bowlers that are true tail enders. He has an average of 6.5 in one-day internationals. He has made 13 runs. He has never been not out. No red inkers there. And on the fourth ball, what happened there? He was trying to play that or defend it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he took his eyes off the ball there.
Maybe we can be a bit charitable and say the ball bounced lower than he expected. So as Arshdeep was twisting to evade the ball, he doesn't get his bat out of the way quickly enough, and it trickles into the off stump. This time Arshdeep makes a lot of room for himself towards his leg side and hoiks it over mid wicket and manages a 3. Maybe a little too late in the over to be switching the strike, but
yeah,
it's Akshay to find a way to get a single.
Exactly, and I have to correct myself. He does have a pad on his under his shirt. There is protection there for his Nieren. What's that organ called?
Which one? On the
kidneys.
chest.
The kidneys.
Yes, right.
The kidneys. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
just a double thigh pad.
Yeah. The funny thing about that shot was that Arshdeep made room for himself. Looked like he absolutely smashed it, but the ball didn't have the legs to reach the boundary. Stopping in the outfield, being fielded there. That was really funny, I think.
Yeah. And just at the end of that over, Nandre Berger's figures look very good at 3 for 29 in his 9 overs.
Oh yes.
Lots of wickets, not many runs.
Yes.
Maharaj is coming into ball the final over of his spell. Hopefully his hand has started to hurt a little bit less. I will say that I actually played a game of cricket fairly recently. It was part of the final word 11. And in the lead up to that game, because I hadn't played since 2006 under 13s, my friend kindly help me train. So have some net sessions, but also give me some catching practice. And yeah, man, cricket balls really hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. And what is really really weird here, as we are in the 40th over, and the 40th over began with Akshay Patel facing Keshav Maharaj, and off the first ball of the over, he takes a single, exposing Arshdeep Singh to Keshav Maharaj, the number 1 ranked bowler in one-day internationals at this time. Maharaj thus far
Greatest
has,
piece of strike management.
yes, it wasn't the best strike management. Let's put it that way.
The last ball of the over um, maybe vindicates the decision a little bit, with Ashdeep dancing down the track, getting the ball on the half volley, and hitting a boundary straight to the vacant long off.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I think it's, oh yeah, it's ticked over. It is 3 p.m. right now for me.
I'm happy to stay on for the rest of the innings. It shouldn't last that much longer.
Yeah,
I
okay.
say, bearing in mind our discussion about tailenders batting longer than expected.
Yes, and we have Brian in Brisbane back with us, and he says Adit came back at the end of you talking about the failed scam sponsorship deal. What was the story there? Apparently, during the T20 World Cup, FTX, the infamous crypto exchange, sponsored a prize for a crowd catch, and if you caught a ball in the stands, you were given $1,000 worth of their
$1,000.
stupid token. The FTX token, the thing they used to push liquidity around, stuff like that. And he was trying, the person who won it was trying to sell it. It was forbidden by FTX. He had to hold it for a certain amount of time. And when FTX went under, apparently the person holding that coin was $3,000 in the hole.
Bear in mind that I did get this story secondhand, and I can't verify the specifics of it, but
Yeah,
I can't imagine that the $1,000 of value that the person had when they took the catch stayed at $1,000 when FTX went under.
No, you got cents on the dollar at that point. It was and basically you lost everything because no one was willing to buy that stuff. No other exchanges, because this crypto stuff is quite weird with exchanges and stuff like that. There are some other exchanges just like FTX, and they buy each other's coins all the time to prop up the market and protect their own investments and stuff like that. Yeah, you in for a penny, in for a pound, stuff like that. It's all really weird. And yeah, I mean, it's always amazing that so many people are into that, because it's basically magic internet money. Yes, as we have the 42nd over, there is nothing happening until the very last ball of the over from Nandra Boga, who bowls out now. There is a single taken off the very final delivery of his spell, a single to Akshay Patel. which brings up the 183 for 7 for India, and Akshay Patel retains the strike. He is on 6, while Arshdeep Singh is on 8 of 11.
Arshdeep is clearly showing Akshay how it's done.
Absolutely.
With a strike rate that is more than double of his senior batting partner. We're now seeing some divergence again between my projected score and Cricinfo's. So Cricinfo is predicting 231 and I am predicting 243, and I suspect that that's because Cricinfo's more sophisticated algorithm is taking into account the quality or lack thereof of India's tailenders.
Oh, what was your prediction again?
243.
243. Okay. Yeah. They're not getting 243. Let's be honest here.
Might get 200.
Yeah, might get 200. As the palindromic captain is back into the attack, Aiden Markram.
Yes.
He begins with a wide to Arshdeep Singh, who then hands the strike over to his senior batting partner Akshay Patel with a single, and here comes Markram again, and Akshay Patel plays that out towards long off, and they are taking another single. India 186 for 7 after 42.2 overs. Yes, Akshay on 7 of 21.
Would you say that?
What? Come again?
I was going to ask if you think that Aiden Markram is the best palindromic cricketer.
Given the fact that he is the only one I can think of right now, I would say yes. And this one is lofted by Akshay Patel towards long off, where it is taken by Gqeberha, who is on as a sub, presumably for Keshav Maharaj, who injured his or hurt his non-bowling hand, and he's out. Bowled Markram for 7, caught Gqeberha, bowled Markram for 7, and that now brings Avesh Khan out into the middle as India succumbed to 186 for 8. And I do not see this innings continuing that much longer.
No, especially as the last vestiges of India's batting capability has gone with Akshar, with Akshar's wicket, and Avesh Khan is walking out without a helmet, and yeah, he's facing Keshav Maharaj, but bloody hell, mate, you're the number 10. Have some respect for the number 1 ODI bowler.
No, he's facing Markram.
I don't know. Who do you think, Leah? Oh, right, sure. Okay. Still there. It's a bold move for a number 10. Coming in at not a very good position.
Yes, exactly. But
Okay.
what I find remarkable about this is I thought that maybe it's just in ICC tournaments, but I'm pretty sure that in ICC tournaments the playing conditions now require batsmen to wear a helmet regardless of the bowler they are facing. There was some hubbub about that.
No, I'm very sure that I remember Glenn Maxwell and Gqeberha batting through the World Cup at different points without wearing a hat. Without wearing a helmet, and in some cases without wearing a hat.
Yeah, and I was also surprised then, because there was definitely Oh, Avesh Khan.
Yes.
Avesh Khan goes to town. There's a 6. First scoring shot from a number 10, being a 6 of a spinner. Big step forward down the track, and there is not that much wrong with that shot. That's looking pretty good over long on.
Absolutely. Lovely technique. Gets down on one knee, gets right under the wall, middle of the bat. Yeah, goes straight in.
Yeah, and
fibers back.
and suddenly the 200 seems still
back
achievable.
on.
Yeah, it's back on. It's 192 for 8. 9 runs and 1 wicket of this 43rd over, with Avesh Khan on 6 and Arshdeep Singh on 9. Amazing.
Avesh's name evokes some certain avian comparisons, and he definitely sent the ball high up with the birds with that last shot.
Yeah, and the next over is bowled by Lizard Williams, and Arshdeep Singh is giving the strike to Avesh Khan off the first delivery of this Lizard Williams
Finisher.
over. Yes, the finisher. 100 and
The late order hitter.
yeah, 193 for 8. But there is nothing he can do with that. That one is short, and he awkwardly defends it. There is no run.
Do you think this Indian bowling attack would be able to defend a low total like this?
I think it is unlikely but not impossible for this Indian attack to defend such a low-ish score. They were very, very good during the last one-day international. Almost there were almost 2 fifers. There was one by Arshdeep Singh, and Avesh Khan almost got 5 as well, but he was robbed by Kuldeep Yadav, who took the final wicket, I think.
Who selfishly took the last wicket?
Yes, exactly. Arshdeep completed his 5 first, and Avesh had 4 at this point, and then Rahul went to Kuldeep Yadav, and he took the final wicket, and that was that. And Arshdeep is Arshdeep is taking hold of Williams here, carts him into the onside for another 6, and that is actually 200 up for India. After 43.5 overs, India 200 for 8, and there have been 8 runs in this 8th Lizard Williams over.
Yeah, and in a game where India is going out 4.5, Lizard going at just over 5 is he wouldn't be too happy with that. Excellent fielding though by Vian Mulder to cut off that boundary at 3rd.
Yes, and that makes 10 runs, and Williams is going at 5.25, while India as a whole have been going at 4.59. And yes, Lizard Williams is the second most costly bowler in this South African innings. Only Aiden Markram has a worse economy rate. He has an economy of 7 in this innings. As India limp to 202 for 8 after 44 overs. We have Avesh Khan on 7 and Arshdeep Singh on 18. Both of them striking at over 100 though.
An attempted hoik by Avesh Khan, but he ends up bottom edging it to mid on. It was an excellent throw from the ring. Direct hit at the keeper's end. The batters were well behind even the return crease at that stage, but good effort.
Yeah,
Always like a direct hit.
Yeah, and over on YouTube we have Brian who says, "Thanks for the story. Who in the crypto was a good idea? Seems like some incentives were involved." No, Brian. Not necessarily. The ICC is also moving in on the crypto hype. They
Cryptos.
yes, Cryptos, which is their NFT brand. Who was it? It's the official ICC NFT collection. These Cryptos things, and I think they sponsored the West Indies team as shirt sponsor for at least some matches. I think it was during the last time India were over there. I think they were the shirt sponsor during the test match or test matches.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, cryptocurrency has definitely been an increasing source of sponsorship in sports, especially in football and more so in the lower divisions, as we see Arshdeep sky one and ends up a backward point and collected by David Miller. That's the 9th wicket to fall at 204. Arshdeep with a more than useful cameo of 18.
Exactly. And that should bring out the only Indian that's left in the shed, and that is Mukesh Kumar. And I think this is done.
Yes. On the topic of cryptocurrency again, it seems almost predatory for those companies to be to target, let's say, lower league football teams who are basically desperate for any kind of money, but that money might not come given the nature of the industry.
Yes, exactly. And the weirdest story about crypto sponsorship in sports actually took place in America, in American auto racing, in lower division NASCAR. I think it was in the development in the lower division, Xfinity, I think it is. There was a guy who won a race, and they did an interview with him on the track, and the NASCAR fans, being basically hicks and rednecks, were chanting "fuck Joe Biden" all the time during the whole interview.
Right.
Yes, and
Oh God.
yes, and the interviewer tried to deflect from that, and said they were chanting "Let's go Brandon" because the winner's name was Brandon, I think Brandon Brown or something like that.
All right.
Yes, and that incident was seen as so toxic that no one was willing to sponsor this guy. So some crypto crypto weirdos put out an Let's Go Brandon coin and try to sponsor his car. Yes. And conservatives in America, being the super funny people that they are, thought that Let's Go Brandon is the funniest shit they ever heard. So now Let's Go Brandon has become their dog whistle for fuck Joe Biden. That's the weirdest crypto scam sponsorship I've ever heard of.
Yeah, and like you say, it really reflects the highbrow wit
Yes.
of these distinguished
gentlemen
individuals.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we are 45 overs deep now, and this one goes for 2 runs and 1 wicket. It is bowled by Buren Hendricks, and India ended on 204 for 9. The players out in the middle are Avesh Khan on 8, and Mukesh Kumar, the Indian number 11, is on 0. Lizard Williams is back.
And it's bold of Avish to take the single of the first ball of the over. I don't know. Maybe he knows something that we don't.
Yes.
Maybe Mukesh is about to unleash a flurry of bombs from the middle of his bat.
Well, Williams begins with a wide to Avesh, to Mukesh and India move on to 206 for 9.
All the runs count the same?
Yes, exactly.
That was the 10th wide of this innings.
And the next one is another wide.
Oh, yeah.
This time it's based on height. It's called a wide on the height, as this was a bouncer to Mukesh Kumar, and the umpire spreads his wings, and India move to no, it's now called as a no ball. I guess on height. And there is a free hit coming up that Mukesh can't capitalize on, can't cash in, plays it directly to the fielder. It's again a relatively short ball, bouncing very high, but it is fielded inside the ring, and they decide against taking a run there.
It's one of those things where teams often bowl short balls to the tail because it has a better average, but as opposed, like when Williams bowls fuller ones like that, too wide and allows Mukesh to flash at it and having it fly off to the boundary at third, then I guess he's better off bowling the short balls. But
yeah, and that is Mukesh Kumar off the mark with a boundary. He is now on 4, and his partner Avesh Khan is on 9. India on 211 for 9 right now in the 46th over.
Stopped by Macro in the covers. But yeah, there's 4 overs to go after this, and if India can manage to get, I don't know, if they bat out the overs and then maybe sneak a boundary in each of them, that would turn this into something like 230.
Yes,
Which is definitely something more defendable.
Yes, it absolutely would be defendable from there on. I would say. I mean, in the last last ODI, India had 3 bowlers with an economy below 4. The only one who had an economy above 4 was Mukesh Kumar, who was also the only bowler not to take a wicket. And they definitely have a better chance of defending that total here of over 200 than South Africa had of defending that 116.
I think Mukesh Kumar was recently name checked by Jared Kimber. You might have seen this as a fellow consumer of Kimber's work, where Kimber basically says that he doesn't rate Mukesh. To be fair, it was in response to a question where the questioner asked Jared to rank the fast bowling Kumars, so Bhuvi, Vinay, Arvind, and Mukesh Kumar. Mukesh was the only one who didn't make the cut.
Yeah, I mean. Oh,
I haven't seen him play, to be fair.
Yeah, and they are sneaking through for a single of. No, they're not. It's out. This is done. There's a run out, I think.
No, I think that was OEW.
No, a run out. There's a run out. Yes, they played. It was played straight to mid off, and there is a direct hit from Vian Mulder.
Yeah.
And Avesh Khan is run out for 9. That ends the innings. India, after 46.2 overs, 211 all out. And that brings us to the innings break. Let's look at some highlights for India. The scorecard. Sai Sudarshan made 62. He was out-caught Klaasen, bowled Williams. Captain KL Rahul also made a 50. He was out-caught Miller, bowled Berger for 56. And no one else managed to cross 20. We had Arshdeep Singh, who made an enterprising 18 of 17. He was out-caught Miller, bowled Hendricks. And we had Rinku Singh, 17, stumped Klaasen, bowled Maharaj. There were 10 wides in the over. All in all, it's 211 all out. Pick of the bowlers, probably Nandre Burger, who has figures of 3 for 30 from 10 overs. Bjorn Hendricks, figures of 2 for 34 of 9.2. Keshav Maharaj, 2 for 51 of 10. Markram also joining the fun, 1 for 28 of 4, as well as Lizard Williams, who was 1 for 49 of 9. The only bowler not to take a wicket is Vian Mulder, who, as a consolation prize, runs out Avesh Khan on the last ball of the innings. And yes, so target of 212 for South Africa. And yes, I think we'll take a short break and we'll be back once the chase commences. And thank you very very
No,
much to
you'll
Adit.
be back. I'm going to bed.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much to Adit for joining me today. And yes, I think that was a successful debut for Adit on Bescheuertes kurzes Bein. Looking forward to talking to you again, Adit, and I guess we will at the latest during the second test. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I'm glad that you're happy with how it went. And yeah, it looks like I'll probably be joining you for the second test. As much as I would like to be here for the third ODI, I think I'll be coming off a few hours of calling White Line Wireless for Australia versus India, and
Yes.
I may need to have a break.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very, very much. And
It was a pleasure.
yes,
And thank
no,
you
it
for
was
having me.
my pleasure. My pleasure. And yes, good night. And I will be back with the chase very, very shortly. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good night. Thank you for listening. See ya.
And we are back, everyone. Welcome back to the second one-day international in this series between South Africa and India. Earlier in this match, India stumbled their way to 211 all out. Only two batsmen making more than 20 runs, Sai Sudarshan and KL Rahul. The target for South Africa to chase down is 212, and if they can do that, they square the series at 1-all, going into the then deciding match on Thursday. And South Africa are opening the batting with Reza Hendricks and Tony de Zorzi. India will go to Mukesh Kumar to open the bowling. And he begins with a dot, a single, Hendricks on one, de Zorzi now on strike. Not, and there is a bit of a hands-on-head moment as Mukesh sneaks one by de Zorzi, who almost gets an edge onto that. As it goes through to the keeper, KL Rahul, the captain. South Africa, after 0.3 overs, are 1 for none. And fourth delivery of the innings, de Zorzi gets one off the shoulder of the bat, and it goes down to third man for 4 runs. There are 2 slips in place, but he manages to evade them just. That was definitely more of a lucky edge than anything else. And South Africa are 5 for no loss, as de Zorzi leaves one alone. Very risky leave here. And there is no run. Hendricks on 1, de Zorzi on 4. The required run rate is 4.2. As Mukesh ends the over with another dot, and South Africa take 5 of the first over. Slight correction. Sanju Samson is keeping. KL Rahul is out in the field, apparently. Looking at the scorecard. Yes, the top scorer for India was Sai Sudarshan with 62, followed by KL Rahul with 56. As I said, no one else broke 20. India are now continuing with Arshdeep Singh. The left-hander And there are almost buys. Yes, if you want to get in touch, you can always use the YouTube chat. Or you can tweet at me. Over there is the Twitter handle. As South Africa take a single of the first delivery. And Archdeep follows that up with a dot. Yeah, South Africa now 6-0 loss. India's 211 all out, well below the average first innings score here at St. George's Park, which is around 234. And one would think that the Indian bowling attack has to make something happen here very, very quickly, as there is another slash down to third man. It pierces the slip cordon. There are two fielders in the slips for the Zorzi, and they take a single. South Africa 7-0 loss. There is a bit of an appeal by Archdeep and Sanju Samson, but it is called a wide. The DRS timer is ticking down. Nobody seems that interested. KL Rahul, the captain, fiddles around with the ball. Let's see. No, there was absolutely no bat involved. It was a wide down the leg side from the left-handed Arshdeep Singh to Ariza Hendricks. We see a replay now, and there is absolutely no bat involved. It passes relatively close to Hendricks' behind, but it doesn't even flick the trousers. And after 2 overs now, the South Africans are 9-0 loss. The Zorzi hasn't looked all that assured of himself in this innings. Mostly lucky edges and stuff like that from him. Yes. South Africa still ahead of the required run rate. Now going along at 4.5. While the required run rate is 4.22. India survived for 46.2 overs in their innings. And KL Rahul persists with Mukesh Kumar, as Adit was saying earlier during the first innings, the only fast bowling Kumar that, or one of the fast bowling Kumars that Jared Kimber doesn't rate. Here he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks, beats him again. There's a bit of interest there actually from Sanju Samson, as Mukesh Kumar sneaks this one through the gate, but it manages to miss the stumps. There is no bat involved there. Samson a bit too excitable here, probably. No one is entertaining the idea of a review. Still 2 slips in for India. Probably the thing to do. India definitely need quick wickets here to give them any chance to defend this subpar total of 211 that they made in their innings. Mukesh probably a bit unlucky here that he managed to miss both bat and wicket. This time a bit wider outside the off stump, and Hendricks leaves that one alone. While we are seeing KL Rahul with 2 hats and 2 pairs of sunglasses, one on his face and the other one on top of the bill. South Africa remain on 9-for-0 loss. And Hendricks plays inside the line of the ball, misses it. Mukesh Kumar on the way to a maiden over here, probably. Final delivery of the 3rd over from Mukesh Kumar. Right arm over the wicket to Hendricks, who drives, and this one is into the rope. The fielder is KL Rahul. He's running after it. Tries to throw himself in front of the ball as it races towards the boundary, doesn't manage it. That is 4 runs and no maiden over for Mukesh Kumar. South Africa are 13 for no loss. The current run rate is 4.33 and the required run rate is 4.23 now. Reza Hendricks is on 7 of 10 and Tony De Zorzi is on 5 of 8. After 3 overs, India were 8 for 1 in a direct comparison to the 13 for none from South Africa here. Arshdeep is coming back for his 2nd over, and he begins it with a dot ball to Tony De Zorzi. Second delivery of the over. Arshdeep left arm over, swing and a miss from De Zorzi with an angled bat. Samson takes it cleanly behind the stumps and there is no run again. There's a bit of swing from Arshdeep Singh here. As we see Kuldeep Yadav autographing South African hats in the stands or on the boundary. Arshdeep coming back in, left arm over, and another swing and a miss from Desorzi again with an angled bat. He tries to slash at that, misses it, and there is no run again. Yes, bounces a bit higher than he thought it would, and he swings beneath it, stays on 5. Fourth delivery of the over. Arshdeep Singh left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Desorzi, who tries to play it into the offside, but the fielder at cover is coming in, fielding that, and there is no run. Test captain Themba Bavuma sitting in the South African dressing room, talking to someone. I can't see who that is. And there is a slash from Desorzi, and again doesn't get hold of it completely, but it flies over the slips and it goes down to the third man boundary for another 4 runs. South Africa 17 for none. It skews off the toe of the bat there, basically flies over the slips, and the final delivery a bit more leg sidey from Arshdeep, and he tries to clip that, but there is no run again. South Africa after 4 overs are 17 for no loss. We have Tony Desorzi on 9 and Reza Hendricks on 7. Arshdeep Singh has bowled 2 overs, none for 8, and Mukesh Kumar has bowled 2 overs, none for 9. Yes. If you want to get in touch with me, you can, of course, always use the YouTube chat. You can also tweet at me. That is the Twitter handle. And KL Rahul has brought back Mukesh Kumar for his 3rd over. Reza Hendricks plays him out to mid-off. There is no run. Kumar bowling over the wicket. Hendricks tries to defend that with a straight bat, is beaten, and there is no run. Well, I was saying towards the end of the previous innings, the best we can hope for here is probably a low-scoring thriller. And even though they have not been able to take a wicket yet, the Indian bowling attack has been relatively successful in restricting the runs for South Africa. As Mukesh continues with the 3rd delivery of the 5th over, and that is another dot ball that Hendricks doesn't get bat on. South Africa remain on 17 for no loss. The next one is defended by Hendricks into the ground, dribbles away into the onside where the fielder from mid-on comes around, fields it. There is no run. Thus far, this has been another relatively good over from Mukesh Kumar, as the fifth delivery, Hendricks gets an edge to that one, but it dies on the way to the slips, where it is then fielded. Oh, maybe it's not even an edge. No, he gets hit by that on the thigh. It dies halfway down to the slips where it is fielded, and there is no run again. Final delivery of the over, and that's a chance in the slips, but it goes down as apparently KL Rahul hurts his hand, much in the same way that Keshav Maharaj did earlier in the match. Oh yes, that is a chance, and it goes down. It's Gaikwad. It's Ruturaj Gaikwad at slip. He has a chance there. Doesn't take hold of it, and Hendricks survives. But that's a maiden over from Mukesh Kumar. South Africa 17 for no loss. Let's see how costly that is. Gaikwad is now off the field. I don't know who is in as a substitute fielder. Anyway, Arshdeep comes back for his third over. Coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Dezorzi, and that one beats him again. He tries to defend that with a straight bat. It goes through the gate and then hits the pad, but it hits the pads outside the line. There is no way that one is an LBW. Next one is clipped off his legs into the leg side. There is a fielder there going after it. That looks like Akshay Patel. And South Africa are coming back for 3. Yes, 3 runs. South Africa now on 20. Arshdeep in, left arm over the wicket to Hendricks now, who plays this into the leg side. It's fielded by mid-wicket. There is no run. Yes, reminder, the target that India managed to set South Africa is 212 runs. The South Africans have 20 after 5.4 overs. They have not lost a wicket. There was a chance going down off Hendricks, put down by Gaikwad, who hurt himself in the process. Reza Hendricks is on 7 of 18. And Tony DeZorzi is on 12 of 16. Both South African batsmen, I would say, have looked a bit shaky. DeZorzi, definitely the luckier one. There were lots of edges. A lot of swings and misses by him. Yeah, Hendricks a bit more control, bit more in control, but not scoring as a result. Not as fast as DeZorzi has been. And Arshdeep has been beating the bat quite consistently now. As after 6 overs, South Africa are 20 for no loss. And after 6 overs, India were actually ahead in terms of runs. They were 22 for 1. Mind you that they had lost a wicket that South Africa still have in hand. Their opening partnership unbroken up until this point. Let's see what they can do here. And Mukesh is coming back. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed DeZorzi, and looks like he sneaks another one through the gate of DeZorzi. There is a bit of a muted appeal from Sanju Samson behind the stumps, who is keeping in place of KL Rahul, who is carded as the keeper. But no one's interested enough to review this, and there is no run. Second ball of the over. This time, DeZorzi gets a bat on it, slashes hard at it, and cuts this one away for 4 runs. Yes, cut shot, middle of the bat, and it goes through backward point to the boundary. And that means South Africa are now 24 for no loss after 6.2 overs. DeZorzi on 16, Hendricks on 7. Next delivery by Mukesh is blocked into the offside by DeZorzi, and there is no run. Let me just tell. I should have done that earlier. All right. There's another 4 from De Zorzi who seems to find his touch now. South Africa 28 for no loss after 6.4 overs. And this one is clipped to backward square leg by De Zorzi of Mukesh, and South Africa take a single, rotating the strike. Now Reza Hendricks on strike. He's on 7 of 20. De Zorzi now going along at a runner ball on 21. India were ahead at this stage in their innings in terms of runs. They also had lost 1 wicket. So South Africa definitely on track here. But it doesn't seem that easy to score runs on this ground at the moment. India will probably rue the fact that Ruturaj Gaikwad put down Hendricks earlier in the innings. Let's see if we have anyone with us. There's nothing new on YouTube. You can also tweet at me. I will have a look at that as well. Nope, nothing yet. Arshdeep to continue. Left arm over the wicket, and there's a very sharp cotton bolt chance. Doesn't really get a hand to it. It bounces off his fingertips, and South Africa take another single. One more for De Zorzi, and South Africa are now 30 for no loss after 7.1 overs. Arshdeep back in, left arm over the wicket to Hendricks, who defends that towards point. And there is no run. As we are seeing a pitch map of the length of the Indian seamers, which is just a tad under 7 meters. Next one is defended back to the bowler, who fields it by Hendricks, and there is no run. We are now seeing clips of South Africa's batsmen playing and missing, flailing at the ball without getting any contact. The Indian bowlers beating both edges, sneaking the odd one through the gate, but not getting any luck with hitting the wickets. Therefore, the South Africans still have all 10 wickets in hand. but they only managed to score 30 runs thus far, as Hendricks is beaten again by Arshdeep. Final delivery of the over to come in the 8th over. South Africa are 30 for no loss with 1 ball more to be bowled. And there is Arshdeep again and again. Hendricks is playing inside the line of the ball. There is no run, a single of the over. South Africa remain on 30 for none after 8. A reminder, the target is 212 after India, kind of stumbled to 211 all out. The win probability right now, according to Cricinfo, is 81.45% for South Africa, as we have the first change of bowling in the innings, and it is Avesh Khan coming in. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Dezorzi, who plays this to backward square leg, and they take a single. Avesh Khan was pretty good the other day, actually. After Arshdeep Singh took a fifer, he was basically robbed of his own fifer as he took 4 wickets, with Kuldeep Yadav ending the South African misery on 116 all out. Here he comes again. And this one is cut by Hendricks. There is a dive at point, but to no avail, and that is 4 runs to Reza Hendricks. South Africa 35 for no loss. This is Avesh Khan's 7th match, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's his 7th match. Thus far, he has taken 7 wickets. His best bowling in an innings are figures of 4 for 27, which was the day before yesterday. Before that match, his average was in the low 70s, and those 4 wickets for not many runs basically halved his average. It is now 35.29. There is a... There's a substitute fielder out in the field, and I don't know who that is. Let's have a look. It's Rajat Patida. Okay. It's Rajat Patida, who is probably on for Ruturaj Gaikwad, who seems to have hurt his hand earlier in the innings when he put down Reza Hendricks at slip. South Africa, meanwhile, are 36 for no loss. Reza Hendricks on 12 and Tony Dezorzi on 23, as Avesh Khan is coming in for the final delivery of his first over, and that one is a single. South Africa 37 for no loss. Avesh Khan with figures of none for 7. Desorzi 24, Hendricks 12. Will we see a bowling change at the other end as well after Avesh Khan replaced Mukesh Kumar? No, it looks like Arshdeep is given another over. Yes, Arshdeep is given another over. The first delivery, there is an appeal for leg before wicket as Arshdeep wraps Desorzi on the pads. But no one is interested in that. Probably there was either a faint inside edge or it was going down the leg side. Let's see if we can see that again. No, there is no replay. The next one is down the leg side, wide down the leg side, and is given as such, even though Desorzi was playing at that. Seems to have missed it. He was stepping towards leg there a bit. But it is given as a leg side wide, and South Africa are 38 for no loss. But every run counts. They won't complain. And again, Desorzi, this is a much better ball from Arshdeep Singh, to be honest. But Desorzi is again swinging like a madman at it, misses again, and there is no run. He is fishing a lot outside the off stump. He is fishing a lot outside the off stump. Maybe the Indian bowlers should adjust their tactics or their lines accordingly. A bit wider outside of stump. As there is some discussion going on in the field. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on. Something. Oh no, here he is coming. Arshdeep Singh is in again, left arm over the wicket, and again Desorzi with a horizontal bat slashing at it, missing, and it goes through to the keeper. He's not been hitting many balls today. As we are seeing shots of the spectators, someone there is very, very sleepy. And there is a pole shot from Desorzi, which is fielded by Kuldeep Yadav out in the deep, and there is merely a single. South Africa 39 for no loss. 2 runs coming off this 10th over. The current run rate is 3.9 and the required run rate is 4.32. The conditions do not seem to be in the batsman's favor here. Oh no, there was another delivery because there was a wide, of course. But it is played. It is merely played out to mid-off. There is no run, so after 10, South Africa 39 for no loss, 2 runs off the 10th. The current run rate 3.9 and the required one 4.32. And in direct comparison, India were 46 for 1 after the power play, and South Africa are 39 for no wicket. And Avesh Khan is continuing to De Zorzi, who clips that into the leg side for a single. 40 is up for South Africa. Reza Hendricks on 12 and Tony De Zorzi on 26. Avesh Khan, who had figures of none for 7 of his first over, concedes another single. Coming in for the second delivery, and this one is clipped off his legs by Hendricks, fielded in the leg side, but South Africa have come through for a couple. 42 for none now. Okay. So, what are everyone's predictions? Will the Indian bowling attack be able to defend this target of 212 that the Indian batsman set South Africa in the first innings? Let me know. You can always tweet me or you can just use the YouTube chat. I will keep an eye on both. What are your thoughts? What were your thoughts after seeing that first innings where India crawled to 211 all out? Another dot ball for the South Africans. 42 now for no loss after 10.4 overs. Avesh Khan coming in again. Defended straight to mid-on. And there is no run again. Hendricks now on 14 of 34. The run rate now is 3.88 and the requirement is 4.34. As there is a wild swivel pull from Hendricks and South Africa come through for a single, as it is stopped at square leg, backward square leg. That one was airborne for a very, very long time. It is fielded near the boundary by Kuldeep Yadav. If he had been a bit shorter, that would have actually been a chance. This way, Hendricks remains safe, and after 11 overs, South Africa are 43 without loss. I would suggest that India really need a wicket here, as KL Rahul resorts to spin for the first time in the match. Akshar Patel bowling his orthodox left arm. First delivery is taken for a single by Hendricks, bringing De Zorzi onto strike. Who can do no better than tapping that out into the leg side. Third delivery, on the other hand, is a reverse sweep. No, it's a reverse sweep by De Zorzi that results in a single and Hendricks is back on strike. Hendricks can only do a dot ball as Patel is coming around the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks, who plays a single to mid-off, and South Africa move on to 46 for no loss. And now De Zorzi is back onto strike, and Akshar switches to over the wicket again to him, clips that one to mid-wicket where it is fielded, and it results in another single. After 12 overs, South Africa are 47 for no loss. May I remind you that the target is 212. Yes. So what are your predictions? Can India actually defend this? Get in touch. Use the YouTube chat or Twitter. As Avesh Khan is back for his third over. And this one is short of a length and a short-armed pull from De Zorzi, which is fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Next one, short again. Another pull. This one is just wide of Sudarshan, and South Africa take a single. They are now 48 for no loss. Hendricks on 17, De Zorzi on 29. Avesh Khan back into Risa Hendricks, who can only defend, and there is no run. .3 overs gone. South Africa 48 for no loss. Let's see what happens here. This is kind of a cut, and that goes out to the fielder at deep cover. And they take a single, I think. Yes. The Zorzi is back on to strike to Avesh Khan. Avesh Khan now around the wicket to the left-hander. And this one is driven to the boundary. 4 runs for Tony De Zorzi. He moves on to 33. South Africa 53 for no loss. Yes. The target doesn't seem all that imposing. 212. But the South Africans have not really been scoring freely, but they haven't looked in control all the time. I mean, it's a modest target. They have basically all the time in the world. But De Zorzi more than Hendricks has looked a bit uncomfortable against this Indian bowling attack, I have to admit. As Akshay Patel is brought back into the attack, and he is going around the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks. There is a dot ball first up, then a single as it is fielded at point. And at this point, South Africa are ahead of India, who were 50 for 2 at this stage in their innings. Having lost an early wicket in Ruturaj Gaikwad of the second delivery of the match after taking the first ball of the innings for 4 runs straight down the ground. South Africa are absolutely ahead here, and India definitely need a wicket to give them any chance of defending this target here. There's a reminder on screen that after Thursday, which will have the final one-day international of this series, there will be 2 tests. One will be in There will be 2 tests. The first test is at Centurion and it starts on Boxing Day. We will not be doing that one as I am traveling, visiting family. And there is another one in Cape Town starting on the 3rd of January, and we will do that one here on this channel. So stay tuned for that one. We will have Adit back, and I hope we have some other people as well. If you're interested in joining the call here, let me know. It's probably best to shoot me a DM over on Twitter. And after 14 overs, South Africa are 56 for no loss. 3 runs of this Akshay Patel over. The run rate now exactly 4. The required run rate is 4.33. And KL Rahul has decided that the other end could also need a spinner. And that one is the left arm wrist spinner, Kuldeep Yadav. First delivery of his first over of the match is a single to Reza Hendricks. South Africa 57 for no loss. Second delivery is a dot ball to De Zorzi. And now on the third delivery, De Zorzi gets hold of one. That's a sweep. Gets under it. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs. He goes down on 1 knee. Sweeps him. This is almost a 6. Bounces maybe half a meter or a meter inside the rope. 4 runs to South Africa. They are now 61 for no loss. Next delivery to De Zorzi is another single. South Africa 62 for no loss. Not much else happening on the final 2 deliveries of that over. 2 dot balls. South Africa 62 for no loss. We have Reza Hendricks on 21 and Tony De Zorzi on 39. The current run rate is still behind what is required of South Africa. Current run rate is 4.13 and the required rate is 4.28. Since India had a bit of a hard time making any runs, only 2 batsmen passing 20. Sai Sudarshan and KL Rahul. Akshay Patel is back into the attack to bowl the 16th over, and there is a single of the first delivery. South Africa 63 for no loss as Akshay comes around the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks, and this one is played out to mid-on by Hendricks. There is another single. Next one is on a length push to short mid wicket, and there is no run. Next one is into the pads and played to short mid wicket as well. There is no run. Next one is clipped out to mid on, and they take a single. South Africa 65 for no loss. One delivery in this Akshar Patel over to come. Round the wicket to Hendricks, and this is pushed to deep cover for a single. South Africa 66 for no loss after 16 overs. Reza Hendricks on 23 and Tony Dezorzi on 41. South Africa still need 146 runs to win from 34 overs. As Gqeberha is back, he comes through the crease and Hendricks defends that one with a straight bat, straight back to him. There is no run. Kuldeep coming over the wicket to Hendricks, who pushes that one out to point. They take a single. Dezorzi now on strike. He is the fastest scoring of the two South African batsmen. He is on 41 of 48, while Reza Hendricks is on 24 of 50. Dezorzi hasn't looked that much in control, and this one is pushed back towards the bowler. There is no run. And this one by Kuldeep is way too full, and Dezorzi clears the front leg, and this one goes flying over long on for 6 runs. South Africa 73 for no loss after 16.4 overs. Another reminder, you can get in touch with me on YouTube through the chat, or you can tweet me. There is the Twitter handle. I am keeping an eye on both of those. As there is another single out into the offside by Dezorzi, and this Gqeberha over has gone for 6 runs. South Africa 74 for none. As there is a drinks break, I will be back. I'll also have to take a short break, and I hope I don't miss too much. I will be back shortly. See you very soon. And we are back again. I'm sorry for that short break. We have Akshay Patel coming back into the attack after the drinks break, or continuing after the drinks break. Yes, after the 17th over, South Africa were 74 for no loss. The run rate now ahead again of the required one, as Akshay Patel concedes a single in his fourth over. First ball of the fourth over is worked into the leg side for a single by De Zorzi. Akshay now around the wicket again to the right-handed Hendricks. Left arm round, in he comes, and this one is defended back into the offside by Hendricks, where it is fielded by Akshay himself. No run. Akshay continues around the wicket, and this one is played out to point, and there is a single. De Zorzi is back on strike, and so Akshay switches over to over the wicket. Solidly defended. There is no run. This one is driven to mid-off by De Zorzi, and that is his 50. In his fourth match, that is his maiden one-day international 50. It's his high score, 50 not out. His average is now 42. Next one is push to short cover for no run. South Africa and the 18th over on 77 for no loss, the target being 212. Reza Hendricks on 25 of 53, and Tony De Zorzi with his maiden 50 in one-day internationals of 55 deliveries. It is now 10 past 6 local time in Gqeberha. And according to Cricinfo, the win predictor, the win probability of South Africa is now a solid 95.2, as Gqeberha continues. There is another single of the first delivery by De Zorzi, bringing Hendricks back onto strike. The current run rate is 4.28 and the required rate is 4.22. As my feed is a bit laggy. For some reason, Well, looks like Hendricks is a bit distracted. Yadav is pulling out of his run-up and the ball is declared dead. Here comes Kuldeep Yadav and driven very straight by Risa Hendricks, and Rinku Singh coming around from long on has no chance as the ball goes into the boundary, and there is another 4 runs for South Africa. 82 without loss, South Africa. Almost halfway there. Next one is clipped off his pads, but it is fielded by long on. They take a single. $83 for no loss. Kuldeep now to De Zorzi. Plays it out to mid-on for another single. Kuldeep stays over the wicket to the right-handed Hendricks. And there is no run. South Africa still 84 for no loss. Last ball of the over, and that one this one beats Hendricks outside edge. There is no run. Sanju Samson throws the ball up into the air, a bit like he was celebrating a wicket, but there is no outside edge. No one else is interested, no appeals. And after 19 overs, South Africa are 84 without loss. The lights are coming on now. Or at least around half of the lights are coming on, I think. And maybe hoping for a bit of swing under the lights, KL Rahul has gone back to his pace attack and he brings back Avesh Khan. Who bowls to De Zorzi, who gets a single for that one. South Africa 85 for no loss. Tony De Zorzi on 53, Risa Hendricks on 30. Next one is driven to cover by Risa Hendricks, and they take another single. Yes, if you want to get in touch with me, maybe have any questions or something like that, you can get in touch with me through the YouTube chat and of course through Twitter. There's the Twitter handle. I will be watching both of those social media channels. Okay, there is another single and a dot from Avesh Khan. South Africa 86 for no loss. after the first half of the 20th over. And now Dezorzi has dispatched Avesh Khan for a couple. South Africa 88 for no loss. Yeah, swivel pulled into the leg side. Fielder coming around from fine leg, fielding on the boundary. But the South Africans have the time to run through for 4. This one is slapped to cover where it is fielded, and there is no run for Tony Dezorzi. South Africa remain on 88 for no loss. One ball to come in the 20th, and this one is smacked to mid-off, and there is no run. And after 20 overs, South Africa are 88 without loss. 4 runs coming off this 4th over from Avesh Khan. We have Tony Dezorzi on 55 of 62 balls. We have Risa Hendricks on 31 of 58 balls. South Africa still need a further 124 runs and they to make them. They are again ahead of the run rate. Their current run rate is 4.4 and the required run rate is 4.13. Kuldeep continues and there is a dot ball and there is another lofted shot from Risa Hendricks as he picks that up very, very well. This one goes over long on. One bounce. 2 bounces, 4 runs for Risa Hendricks. He's on 35 now. South Africa are nearing triple digits. They are now 92 for no loss. Next one is a wrong one, a wrong one from Kuldeep Yadav, but Hendrick picks it up. And it's down to long on for a single. South Africa 93 for no loss. Dezorzi back on strike. Kuldeep Yadav left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Dezorzi, who can only play this out to cover. There is no run. Next one is a sweep by Dezorzi that goes all the way and 6 runs. South Africa 99 for no loss after 20.5 overs. Goes down on one knee and sweeps powerfully. Last delivery of the 21st over. Dezorzi facing Kuldeep Yadav. There's some delay. Don't really know what's it all about, because the TV pictures just show me close-ups of the players, and here is Kuldeep, and this one the Zorzi doesn't really get a hold of. It bounces towards mid-on. They take a quick single, and that brings up the 100 for South Africa. A 100-run partnership for the first wicket of 128 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 78.1. Interestingly enough, there were 74 dot balls in those 128 balls this partnership has faced to make their 100 runs. 2 extras in there as well. De Zorzi definitely the one that is the aggressive one in this partnership. He's 62 of 65, while Reza Hendricks is 36 of 61. And Avesh Khan is continuing with a dot ball 133 kilometers per hour. And the South Africans need a further 112 runs of 173 balls still remaining. Avesh Khan, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, who defends it back to the bowler, who fields it. There is no run. And Avesh Khan in for the third. This one, it's a bit shorter, bounces, arrives at the Zorzi at hip height, played out into the offside. Not really in control of that shot, fielded inside the ring. There is no run. South Africa remain on 100 for no loss. And the next one is fielded at backward point. There is a single though for De Zorzi, bringing Hendricks back onto strike. South Africa 101 for no loss. And the next delivery by Avesh Khan, right arm over the wicket, is a bit wide outside the off stump, and it is called a wide by the umpire. South Africa 102 for no loss after 21.4. As we are again seeing South African Test captain Themba Bavuma inside the South African dressing room, having a bit of a snack, looking very, very relaxed, as Avesh Khan is in again. This one is defended into the offside, fielded by mid-off. and there is no run. South Africa remain on 102. There's very grainy pictures of a boat off the coast. Looks like a bit of a fishing vessel. And final delivery of the over, and it is fielded at backward point. There is no run. South Africa 102 for no loss after 22 overs. 2 runs of this 5th Avesh Khan over. The current run rate is 4.63. The required run rate is 3.92. South Africa still need 110 from 28 overs. And we have Mukesh Kumar back into the attack. As I said, in his 5th match, took 4 wickets the other day before yesterday. No, didn't. That was Avesh Khan. I'm sorry. He has 4 wickets in 5 matches. His best bowling in an innings is 3 for 30. His average is 33.5. And we're having another swing and a miss by Tony DeZorzi for another dot ball. And there is still a bit of seam movement for Mukesh Kumar here, actually. But DeZorzi is living kind of a charmed life today. He's not really in control. But he somehow manages to not get out, nonetheless. Lots of plays and misses from him today. 3rd delivery of the over is clipped out into the leg side for a single. DeZorzi on 64, Hendricks on 36, and now on strike. South Africa 103 for no loss in the 23rd over. The South African win probability is now a solid 98.09. As they have been scoring at 5.4 for the last 5 overs, with the required run rate having come down to 4.0. And Mukesh Kumar coming in for the 5th delivery of his over. Hacked at by DeZorzi, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. South Africa have played 35 matches at St. George's. They have won 21 and lost 13. I'm assuming there is one no result, match abandoned. As the final delivery of the over is taken for a single by Dezorzi, and South Africa move on to 105 for no loss. They've taken 3 runs of this 5th over from Mukesh Kumar. The current run rate is 4.56. The required run rate has come down to 3.96. 107 more needed in 27 overs for South Africa. Akshay Patel, probably the pick of the bowlers for India at this stage, if only because he's been relatively economical. As Avesh Khan continues, bowls a short one, first up to Dezorzi, who ducks underneath it as Sanju Samson gathers it. Avesh Khan, a right arm over the wicket, pulled into the leg side by Dezorzi, and they take a single. Come on, people. Write me some messages. I've had no one to talk to for 23 overs since the break, and Adit had to go to bed because he is in Melbourne, of course, and it's quite late there right now. There is one on the pads from Avesh Khan, and Hendricks clips that away for 4 runs. South Africa 110 for 1. That is, I think, the 11th 4 of this innings. The next one is an inside edge that manages to miss the stumps and to miss the keeper, and it runs to the boundary, and this is 4 runs. Yes, it actually misses the stumps by probably by not much. Hendricks here very, very lucky as the ball runs down to a very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. That's the 12th 4 of the innings. South Africa 114 for none. This one, a much better shot, driven by Hendricks, and he avoids every fielder in the offside for a 3rd consecutive 4. South Africa 118 for no loss. Final delivery of the over to come. Mukesh Kumar over the wicket, short ball, and Hendricks tries a cross-batted shot to that one. It misses the edge. It is taken by Samson behind the stumps. And yes, that is the end of the over, and we are reminded again that Reza Hendricks was dropped on 7 in the 5th over by Ruturaj Gaikwad, who has been off the field since then, I think, because he hurt his fingers trying to take that catch in the slips. And we have Mukesh Kumar back. He is none for 21. Thus far, of 5 overs. He is into Dezorzi. First one is a dot ball. Second one is an on drive by Dezorzi, and that brings him another 4 runs. He is on to 70 now. South Africa 122 for no loss. Hendricks is on 49. And apart from the dropped catch, the Indian bowlers have been pretty unlucky with inside edges not clattering into the stumps of the South African batsmen thus far, I would argue. Yes, as we are seeing a graphic of Tony Dezorzi's career thus far, highlighting that this is his high score in one-day international cricket. And the South Africans are now starting to accelerate the scoring. 90 needed of 152 deliveries. After India collapsed to 211 all out. And Dezorzi keeps hacking and missing at Mukesh Kumar. He's been beaten pretty consistently, while Aiden Markram looks a bit bored in the South African dressing room. This one is much better, muscled it into the leg side. There is 4 runs. That was all power from Dezorzi. And South Africa are 126 for no loss. That's a bit of a slog, to be honest. There are 15 fours and 2 sixes in this South African chase thus far, as Arshdeep Singh is coming back into the attack. He has been quite economical thus far, only conceding 14 runs in 5 overs. And he begins his 6th over with a dot to Reza Hendricks. He is bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Reza Hendricks, and I don't know why he keeps bowling over the wicket to the right-handers, because for a few years now, they seem to average. They seem to have a much lower average. Interestingly enough, the left-handed Arshdeep Singh isn't going around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. You would think that it works the other way around as well with a left-arm bowler, and there is a couple for Reza Hendricks, and that brings up his 50. Reza Hendricks, 51 not out of 71 deliveries. Strike rate of around 70. Next delivery, and that out. Sai Sudarshan, Hendricks tries to roll his wrists over a pull shot into the leg side. It stays airborne, but no, it's just short of the fielder. Sai Sudarshan there at mid-wicket. Nope. And Arshdeep can't believe it. Denied the wicket of Reza Hendricks. Next one is a single, and South Africa are 129 for no loss. At this stage, India were 113 for 2. This being the partnership between Sai Sudarshan and Captain KL Rahul, India's biggest partnership in this match. And I think I need to take a very, very short break. I am sorry, everyone. I will be back very, very shortly. All right, I am back, everyone. Sorry for that, but yeah, that's what it is. If you're doing basically a complete one-day international, and I'm sorry that we are looking at something that would probably be termed a bear game on Guerrilla Cricket. After India set South Africa definitely below average target. It's been a really frustrating day for the Indian bowling attack. Apart from that dropped catch of Risa Hendricks, he has been very methodically going about scoring the runs relatively slowly, while his batting partner Tony DeZorzi has been wildly flailing at balls and missing them, and the Indian bowlers have been very, very unlucky not to get his wicket at least. Yeah, but the South Africans haven't been threatened. They need a further 83 runs, and they have over 23 overs left. (83 of 139 deliveries). The Indian bowlers have been able to keep the scoring rate in check by one-day international standards, I would say. As Risa Hendricks plays out a maiden that is bowled by Mukesh Kumar. The second maiden Mukesh has bowled in the innings. He has figures of none for 29 with the aforementioned 2 maidens from 7 overs bowled. On the other hand, there is Arshdeep Singh, who has thus far bowled 6 overs. He has taken none for 17. Been very economical, economy of below 3, 2.7 around there. He now comes back for his 7th, and he is over the wicket to DeZorzi, who once again plays a cross-batted shot, misses again, and it goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. This one a bit shorter by Arshdeep, and he tries an uppercut, misses though. He is on 74 of 84 deliveries now, Tony DeZorzi. His highest score, this 74 in one-day internationals. Mukesh in again. This is defended by DeZorzi to mid-wicket. There is no run. Third delivery of the over. Arsch deep in. There is a swivel pull shot towards backward square leg, and we are now informed that this partnership between Hendricks and De Zorzi is the highest first wicket partnership in one-day internationals at St. George's Park. Previous best was by Hedden and Clark in 2008-9. So around 14, 15 years ago. And everyone is appealing as Hendricks hangs out his bat outside the off stump to a delivery by Arshdeep that is outside the off stump, and I don't think he got an edge onto that. No, apparently no one is interested enough to refer it to Richard Gqeberha, who is the third umpire this evening in St. George's Park. And there is the wicket. Arshdeep Singh gets the wicket. A lap pull by Hendricks. Finds the fielder at backward square leg. And that means Reza Hendricks is out. Caught. Mukesh Kumar bowled Arshdeep Singh for 52 at a strike rate of 64.19. And Rassi van der Dussen should be in at number 3 for South Africa, who are now 130 for 1, shortly after setting the record for the highest first wicket partnership in one-day internationals at St. George's Park in Gqeberha. Reza Hendricks falls to Arshdeep Singh, and South Africa still need 82 runs from 22 overs. Is there a twist in this match? Is there a twist? Well, this is definitely the breakthrough that India were looking for. Hendricks looked by far the better and correct batsman of this first wicket partnership. Anyway, this brings out Rassi van der Dussen. He is 34 years old. He has played 61 matches, made 2,322 runs, 14 50s and 6 tons in one-day international cricket. He is now on strike to face Arshdeep Singh. There are 2 slips for Arshdeep Singh to Rassi van der Dussen. And he is coming in over the wicket, and Van der Dussen tries to guide that down to third man. It is fielded, and there is no run. And Arshdeep Singh is the first Indian bowler in this match to take a wicket. In the 28th over, there came 1 run, and it cost South Africa the wicket of Reza Hendricks. They are well ahead of the required rate still, at 130 for 1. And Mukesh Kumar seems to be returning after bowling a maiden in his last over. And in he comes over the wicket to De Zorzi, who cuts that into the offside. There is a single for South Africa here, bringing Rassie van der Dussen onto strike again for his second ball of this innings. Second delivery of the over coming up now. Van der Dussen is taking strike to Mukesh Kumar, and this one is played out through point to the boundary by Rassie van der Dussen. That is 4 runs. South Africa move on to 135 for 1. Just tweeting out the link for the live stream once again. Just a second. Okay. After that boundary, they take Van der Dussen takes a single, bringing Tony De Zorzi back onto strike, who plays out the next delivery, the fourth one of the over for a dot, into the offside. And South Africa now 136 for 1 in the 29th over. Their target is 212. And the next one, De Zorzi kind of flicks into the leg side, bat at a 45-degree angle basically, and this runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. $140 for 1, and it brings up De Zorzi's 80. South Africa still requires 72 of 127 deliveries. Mukesh coming in. Oh, it's a dot ball, but that looks a bit like a spot fixing overstep. I think I would say that was overstepped. Yes, it is called a no ball. You could see that from the camera perspective behind the bowler's arm that was over the line. And that means there is a free hit coming up for Tony De Zorzi. KL Rahul is frantically adjusting the fielders as Mukesh Kumar is preparing to bowl a delivery that is a free hit, and that one is in the slot, and he plays through the line of the ball, and that has the legs to go all the way for 6 runs. South Africa 147 for 1. Still need 65 from 21 overs. We have Tony DeZorzi on 86. We have Rassi van der Dussen on 5. Mukesh Kumar has bowled 8 overs. He has figures of none for 46. Arshdeep Singh has bowled 7 overs. He has figures of 1 for 18. The only Indian bowler in this match to take a wicket. And Arshdeep Singh continues. He is now bowling to Van der Dussen, who is on 5 of 3. He is looking a bit confused there. No, he's coming in, but that is driven very, very straight from Van der Dussen, and this is another boundary. He is now on 9 of 4 as this ball goes to the boundary on the all along the ground. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Van der Dussen, and South Africa are 151 for 1. Still requiring another 59 runs. And India need some magic to happen, as there is a swiveled hook shot by Van der Dussen that goes down to fine leg for a single. South Africa 152 for 1. 2 deliveries into the 30th over. DeZorzi back on strike, and one would think that he is always there's always that feeling that you can get his wicket here. He seems more lucky than anything in this innings thus far. This one is played out for a single though, and Van der Dussen comes back onto strike. South Africa 153 for 1. This one is a bit shorter, and Van der Dussen tries to cut that, misses it. Samson takes it cleanly, and there is no run. Van der Dussen remains on 10, now of 6. While DeZorzi is approaching 90. He's on 87 right now. And And another impeccable drive from Van der Dussen. This one to the leg side a bit. It's a relatively straight on drive. Arshdeep Singh doesn't manage to get down in time to stop that as it passes him. And that is another 4 runs for Rassi van der Dussen. South Africa 157 for 1. 10 runs thus far off the over. Van der Dussen on 14 now. Tony De Zorzi on 87. And South Africa need a further 55 runs, and they still have 9 wickets in hand to make them. Let me have a look at what Adit was saying earlier. Oh yes. Interesting. There's a women's test beginning on Thursday in Mumbai, and as far as I know, White Line Wireless are covering that one, so watch out for that. They are currently streaming on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/whitelinewire. If you want to catch that. I will be doing the third one-day international on Thursday, beginning around 11 a.m. South Africa time, 12 o'clock for me here in Germany. So if you're interested in any of that, give that a listen. Yes, back to our match here. My stream is freezing again. And we have another Avesh Khan over. He begins with a wide, and De Zorzi takes a single off the second delivery. South Africa 159.1. Aiden Markram now has his pads on. Sitting in the South African dressing room. After 30.4 overs, there is one wide and one single in this over from Avesh Khan. Fifth delivery banked in short, and it bounces, and Van der Dussen leans back to let that go through, and the umpire informs Avesh Khan that final delivery now in the over from Avesh Khan. Bowling to Rassi van der Dussen, right arm over the wicket, and this goes away into the leg side. They take a single. He did not want to play it there. Bit of a mistimed shot. Falls safely enough though. And that means that South Africa, after 31 overs, are 160 for 1. And that is drinks. And I will be back after the drinks break as well. All right, and we are back for what is probably the final couple of overs, as South Africa need a further 52 runs from 19 overs. The current run rate is 5.16. The required run rate is 2.73, and during the last 5 overs, South Africa have been going along at 6.2. The batsmen still fiddling a bit with their gear here. Yes, reminder, if you are listening to me, you can interact with the stream via the YouTube chat, of course, but also you can tweet me. I will be monitoring that as well. And the 32nd over seems to be given to Kuldeep Yadav, who is now bowling to Rassi van der Dussen. Who is twirling the bat in his hands, and there is Kuldeep Yadav coming in, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Van der Dussen, who plays that out into the offside where it is fielded at cover, and there is no run. Yadav in again, left arm over the wicket, and that one is steered by Van der Dussen towards third man. There is a slip in place, but he manages to play it just outside the reach of the slip, to the right of slip, who nearly gets a hand to that one. Tough chance, but you might actually call that as a missed chance. So now Tony DeZorzi is on strike, and he plays that out to mid-on as Gqeberha is coming left arm over the wicket to him as well. Dot ball, fourth delivery. Gqeberha left arm over the wicket to Tony DeZorzi, who tries an on drive, but Yadav is up to it and fields it in front of the non-striker Rassi van der Dussen. Fifth delivery. This one is tapped into the leg side. There is a fielder inside the ring, very close to the square. There is no run. Final delivery of the 32nd over. Gqeberha left arm over the wicket and clipped by DeZorzi out to mid-on, basically, or mid-wicket. And there is no run. All right. So, after 32 overs, South Africa are 161 for 1, still needing 51 runs from 18 overs, and Avesh Khan is continuing. There's a bumper outside of stump, but he tries to pull it. It spoons up off a top edge, but it falls safely in no man's land, and South Africa take a couple. The runs needed now 49. Next one brings another couple to Van der Dussen. As he drives that, he is on 20 now, Tony DeZorzi on 88. The partnership for the second wicket thus far is an unbroken 35. And South Africa are 165 for 1. Still need 47. And they have 105 deliveries left to get them. This one is cut by Van der Dussen, but it's fielded at backward point, and there is no run. Two deliveries left in the over now from Avesh Khan. And this one is into the body of Van der Dussen, and it's played out into the leg side. There is no run again. We are now coming up to the point where in their innings, India lost 6 wickets in relatively rapid succession, or basically in 2 clusters of 3s. And this one is relatively short and wide outside the off stump. It's not given as a wide, but it ends the 33rd over. South Africa 165 for 1, still needing 47. Well, it's not looking that good for India here, I have to admit. They absolutely need some magic to happen here. And even if they manage to do that, I'm not sure that South Africa will let this game get away from them. Well, 34th over, bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. 3 runs so far from it, with 2 deliveries left to go. South Africa 168 for 1, need 44. Kuldeep coming in, left arm over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. This is full and defended back towards the bowler by van der Dussen. Kuldeep fields it. There is no run. Final delivery of Kuldeep's 6th over. Defended under his eyes by Rassie van der Dussen. Fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. South Africa 168 for 1, Van der Dussen on 21, and De Zorzi now into the nervous 90s. He's 90, not out. His highest score in one-day internationals thus far. It's his 4th match. And we see a summary of South Africa's chase thus far. They have played 121 dots. De Zorzi now on strike. And for the first time in this match, we have the off break of Tilak Varma. And he is coming around the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi. He plays that out into the offside where it's fielded at cover. and there is no run. This one is pulled by De Zorzi for a single. South Africa 169. It comes off the toe end of his bat, but a run is a run. Doesn't matter if it looks good or cool or anything like that. And that one is a full toss, and Van der Dussen makes no mistake, swings through the line, and it runs away into the leg side for 4 runs. South Africa 173 for 1. Fourth delivery and punched by Van der Dussen towards mid-on. Final delivery of Tilak Varma's first over. Punched to long on, and South Africa have taken a single. 174 for 1. South Africa need a further 38, and they have 90 balls to do it in. 6 runs of this over from Tilak Varma. And South Africa are looking like they will bring this home very, very comfortably. They still have 15 overs left, and they only need 38 runs from them. And Van der Dussen is punching the first delivery of the 36th over out to mid-off, and they take a single. Bringing De Zorzi back onto strike. He's on 91. Blocks one into the offside. There is no run. This over is bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. It's his 7th. And he manages to keep De Zorzi relatively quiet. Now there is a single of the 4th delivery of the over. South Africa move on to 176 for 1. De Zorzi on 92, Van der Dussen on 27. Both of these batsmen are now going along at a strike rate in the high 80s. As Kuldeep Yadav is coming into Van der Dussen, left arm over the wicket, and this one is pushed to cover. There is no run. Final delivery of the over. And this one is cut to backward point by Van der Dussen. No run again. South Africa 176 for 1. Need 36 runs from 84 deliveries. Van der Dussen on 27. Tony DeZorzi on 92. Kuldeep Yadav with figures of none for 39 of 7 overs. Tilak Varma none for 6 of 1. Tilak Varma continues, and this one is too short in the slot and pulled by DeZorzi all the way into the crowd. That is 6 runs. South Africa 182 for 1, but more importantly for Tony DeZorzi, his maiden one-day international century is within his reach now, within his grasp basically. And this one is cut out into the offside by DeZorzi, who takes a single, moving on to 99. Yeah, and I mean, this is Tony DeZorzi's 4th one-day international match. It is the first time in his one-day international career that he has reached 50. It would be his night if he made the first time he crossed 50, also the first time he makes triple figures in one-day internationals, I would say, and in the 4th match of his career. The partnership is now 54 of 54 deliveries. And the South African batsmen are rotating the strike. Varma, DeZorzi now back on strike on 99. There is a dot ball of the 4th delivery of the over, and now the stands, everyone is up on their feet, and DeZorzi makes his maiden one-day international 100. Throws his hands at it, and that is a couple of runs to Tony DeZorzi. South Africa 186 for 1, but more importantly, Tony DeZorzi makes his maiden one-day international century of 109 deliveries. South Africa need 26 more. It hasn't been easy to bet today, and that makes this century from DeZorzi even better. The 26-year-old who made his debut earlier, his international debut earlier this year in the series against the West Indies. And I will tweet that out. Give me just a second. All right. Yes. Start of the 38th over. It is to be bowled by Akshay Patel. South Africa need 25 runs yet. And Akshay Patel is coming around the wicket to Van der Dussen after the Zorzi took a single of the first delivery. Third delivery of the over, and Van der Dussen hacks at that very uncontrolled shot. He was trying to slap him over long off. Instead, he gets an inside edge and it runs away to the fine leg boundary. 4 runs, 20 more needed for South Africa as they are 192 for 1. De Zorzi on 103, Van der Dussen on strike and on 32. The target, of course, being 212 after India collapsed to 211 all out in the first innings. Two dot balls following that boundary and a drive to long on. So after 38 overs, South Africa 193 for 1. Van der Dussen keeping strike. 6 runs from this Akshay Patel over, who now has figures of none for 20 of 5. Kuldeep Yadav to continue. Bowling the 39th over. Let me see here. First delivery of the over is a dot ball. Second one is a hack towards long on, and they take a single. South Africa 194 for 1. 18 of 70 needed. Kuldeep Yadav in. This one is wide outside the off stump, and there is a cut from De Zorzi, a single again. South Africa rotating the strike here. 195 for 1. Van der Dussen playing Yadav out to long off. There is a single bringing De Zorzi back onto strike. He is on 104 from 112 deliveries. South Africa are 196 for 1 after 38.4 overs. They need 16. Next delivery is around the wicket to De Zorzi, cut away, and there is no run. Round the wicket in the slot, and De Zorzi goes down on one knee and mullers Kuldeep Yadav over the leg side. This one goes all the way. Perfect sweep from Dezorzi, bringing South Africa another 6 runs. The target now 10 away from a victory here in St. George's Park, South Africa. Tony Dezorzi on 110, Rassi van der Dussen on 35, Kuldeep Yadav, none for 48 from 8 overs, Akshay Patel, none for 20 of 5 overs, and it is Akshay Patel to continue. And Van der Dussen takes a single down to long off him. 203 for 1. The target now in single, the required runs now in single digits. 9 needed from 64. The next delivery is another single, this time to Tony Dezorzi, who is on 111 from 115. And no, I'm not standing up for Nelson for a player either, as Akshay beats Rassi van der Dussen, and there is no run, still 204 for 1, as Van der Dussen plays out the next one into the offside, still no run, but South Africa are almost home to win this, probably by 9 wickets. Reza Hendricks, the only South African wicket to fall. Final delivery of Akshay Patel's over. And there is another dot as it is fielded at backward point. South Africa 204 for 1. 2 runs from this over. Another 8 are required for victory from South Africa. Tony Dezorzi on 111 and Rassi van der Dussen on 36. Akshay Patel has figures of none for 22 of 6. And Kuldeep Yadav has figures of none for 48 of 8. And this could actually be the final over of the match, as Tilak Varma is back into the attack, with South Africa 8 away from victory. Tilak Varma, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Dezorzi. This is played out into the offside. There is no run. Next one is onto the legs and clipped away by Dezorzi. There is a single. Van der Dussen now on strike after a misfield from India. A diving fielder wasn't able to stop the ball, but the boundary rider saved the runs. 7 required. Tilak Varma over the wicket to right-handed Van der Dussen. Plays that out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 205 for 1. 7 still required. Next one is cut away by Van der Dussen, but it is fielded, and still there is no run. This is almost test match batting. I mean, South Africa need 7 runs and they still have 55 deliveries to do it. No need to end it with a 6 or something like that. Only a single from this 41st over, which was bowled by Tilak Varma, who has now bowled 3 overs and has figures of none for 18. South Africa still 7 away. Rassie van der Dussen on 36 and Tony De Zorzi on 112. And we get Rinku Singh into the attack in his one-day international debut. Off-break bowler. Around the wicket to De Zorzi, who gets a single along the ground to long off, bringing Van der Dussen onto strike. 6 needed for South Africa. Over the wicket to Van der Dussen, who plays that out to cover. And there is no run. Over the wicket and an attempt at a cut shot for Van der Dussen goes all wrong, and Rinku Singh has his maiden one-day international wicket. In his debut match, Rassie van der Dussen is out, caught Samson, bowled Rinku Singh 36 at a strike rate of 70.58. Getting your maiden one-day international wicket in your first over that you bowl in one-day internationals is not that bad, I would suggest. Everyone, what do you think about this match? How long will South Africa take to win it all here? As Aiden Markram is striding out into the middle. He is in at 4. Get in touch with me. Of course, you can use the YouTube chat, or you can tweet me. There is the Twitter handle. As Aiden Markram comes in, he is 29 years old. He has played 67 matches. He has 10 50s and 3 hundreds. His average is 36.88. And he cuts Rinku Singh first ball. And he is off the mark straight away, bringing Centurion Tony De Zorzi back onto strike. As South Africa are 207 for 2, they still need 5 to win. As we are now seeing a replay of that caught behind by Van der Dussen. And there is a spike on Ultra Edge there. No questions asked. That was out. And so now we have 2 Indian bowlers that are in the wickets. Arshdeep has 1 and Rinku Singh also has 1. 2 runs, 1 wicket of this 42nd over. South Africa 207 for 2, 5 away from victory. Now it really doesn't seem to matter anymore. And KL Rahul is giving Sai Sundarshan a bowl. First one is cut away by Markram, and there is a single bringing the Zorzi back onto strike. Sudarshan bowling leg breaks, and he is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Zorzi. Flicked off his pads, and there is no run. Zorzi on 113, Markram on 2. 4 more needed. And this one is a bit wide by Sudarshan, and it is given as a wide by the umpire. And that is that. Thank you very much by Tony Zorzi. He ends the match with a massive 6 taken outside the boundary rope by a player wearing an India jersey. South Africa win it by 8 wickets. Tony Zorzi ends the innings on 119, not out. Aiden Markram on 2. Yeah, give me just a second, and we will go through the scorecard and talk a bit about what happened here today in just a second. Thank you very much. Well. Brian in Brisbane is with us, saying thanks for the call. See you later. Yes, thank you, Brian, for being here. Let's just wrap this one up. The South African scorecard is not that long. We have Reza Hendricks making a 50. He was outcaught Mukesh Kumar, bowled Arshdeep Singh. Tony Zorzi remains not out on 119. Rassivander Dussen is out for 36. Caught Sampson, bowled Rinku Singh. And Captain Aiden Markram also not out, 2 of 2. South Africa end the chase on 215 for 2 with a target of 212. They took 42.3 overs after India took 46.2 overs to set them a target of 212 after India were 211 all out. Only 2 bowlers for India taking any wickets. Arshdeep Singh was the first one. He ends the night with figures of 1 for 28 of 8. And the other one is Rinku Singh in his one-day international debut. He ends the match with figures of 1 for 2 of 1. And I would be very, very surprised if Tony Zorzi doesn't get man of the match here for his maiden one-day international century. Very well played. The first time he crossed 50, he also made a ton. Yeah, a bit to think about for India before we go into the deciding match of the series on Thursday. Their batting was a bit fragile. Apart from Sai Sudarshan and KL Rahul, no Indian batsmen crossed 20. Both Sudarshan and Rahul made 50s. And well, what probably hurt them in the chase very, very much was the fact that Reza Hendricks, who in the end made 52, was dropped in the 4th or 5th over when he was on 7. He was dropped by Ruturaj Gaikwad in the slips, who hurt his hand in the process. So, yeah. In the end, South Africa come home very unthreatened, actually. Very, very good performance by the South African batsmen. Yeah, I would say, of course, it's for the entertainment purposes of the third match. It's of course the best result possible, because otherwise the final one-day international would have been a very, very dead rubber. So this way, there is still everything to play for both teams, as the series is now tied at 1-1. And yes, thank you all for your company. Thank you again to Adit, who was with us during the first innings, making his debut on my channel. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Thursday with the deciding one-day international match. Keep an eye out on this channel. And as always, if you liked it, you can always subscribe to the channel, and please hit that like button beneath this live stream. That really, really helps me out, because this channel is relatively small, and any interaction is very good for my channel, because it tells the algorithm that you like it. Okay, thank you everyone, and see you on Thursday. Bye.